Hello everyone, welcome. Today we're going to continue where we left off. We're connecting Plaid, so there's going to be some people who can connect their brokerages, auto update. And working on our portfolio skill, in case people don't want to use Plaid, they can upload photos, say exactly what they want to add to their portfolio, and the Prism bot will add it for them. This kind of powers the platform, so that way the news you get, the research you try to do in the chat, it knows who you are, so it's kind of an important part of the platform, makes it sticky. And then after that, after we get done those two things, I will let people off the waitlist. And then I'm also going to merge this into main, because we had some outdated models in some sections of the codebase, which makes a difference in certain areas. So some of the merges tests these are kind of our semantic tests, but some of them were part of the today's brief engine. So some of the things on the front page were using an outdated model. So we're gonna rerun this one for today and see what results we get with the new model, because the old main doesn't have these changes. We're in another branch, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Let me quickly connect to the YouTube. Moment. Cool. So we just want to merge this change. I'm gonna get the commit hash. Yeah. Hey Mocha, how's it going? Welcome back. It's going pretty well, I'd say. I'm pretty chill. Got my coffee. My energy drink. Oh yeah, let me send that. It sends automatically, but it usually takes 15 minutes or so. Let me send it. Cool. Seems dead. Oh, I just started. I just started the stream. This takes a little bit. I could be a little bit better about that, that's for sure, as far as the timing goes, but it's okay. Just how it be. I usually start sometime around this time. This commit should be there. Commish. I think I'm going to build a little tool today. I remember I wanted to build it a long time ago. It was, I just wanted to experiment with it. There's this expired domain list website, and I think they have an API. I wanted to try it out. We have to change our name. My girlfriend actually came up with a good name. She did it on the game too, so she's the one that came up with this Tidefall name. I think that's a pretty good name, right? It's pretty legit. She also came up with, instead of Prism, what if it's like Axiom Research? And she had a reason. I was like, that's pretty dope. But you gotta find a domain that would work. So I'm gonna see if we can maybe make a tool in the future to help us to do. You can just search yourself, but it's more fun to make a tool. Hey Ben, welcome. So dude. So I'm gonna do that as well today. Hey Paul, welcome. Also, I had this idea of like, you know, when someone joins the stream, right? This is overwhelming, but with iTerm, you can set a bunch of floating windows like this. So we could potentially just have a bunch of floating windows that are hooked up to hotkeys, but it's always going to show this. So I think I'm going to do that too. It might be not a bad idea. So this is the first floating window. Each one will have like a different image. How's it going, Dark Snoopy? You guys gotta help me find images if you're interested in that. Because it took me a while to find one that wasn't so stretched. I'll probably just do it without images to start. Let me set the... Hey, Masaki, welcome. Masaki's a pretty cool guy. Alright. So let me go find, I think, some profiles. I'm gonna add probably 3 or 4. Yeah, later start today. Is it going ham? Oh, cool. We'll probably make just like 3 or 4. Doesn't really matter, the names. Okay, so I'm gonna set the key. I'm gonna make it. Don't think that conflicts with anything that I know of. Okay, but it does need images, so we can differentiate between them. Nice. Start working on a trading platform. Nice. Are we setting up? Yes, it is the first stage of setting up our Subway Surfer terminals. So the first one I set up is just like a rocket image. But I think more importantly, I think when people join, they're just very confused. What are all of these things? So I don't want to overwhelm people. Instead, all of our windows will be over here. I'm just going to move these over here. Okay. They'll just be stacked by hotkeys. Brainrot Studio. Massive. Oh, Polymarket? Hey, that's cool, Ham. Oh, you're not. Maybe you're talking about Polygon, actually. Yeah, Polygon's pretty expensive. If you want to play around, Ham, Polymarket's actually pretty. It doesn't cost anything. Their data is really open. It's actually kind of cool. That's kind of a fun little experiment. I don't think we'll include it in the platform, but. Oh, that's in the wrong repo here. Paul. Let's see. Okay. One moment. start with merging this, and then I'm going to rerun the today's brief. That's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to stash these. Maybe I'll commit these. I think these are good. So these were our logs that I triggered the other day. I'll check it out later. Let me see what that merge conflict is. One moment here. Oh, hey guys, I missed some of your comments because the thing didn't connect for some reason. Try making prediction market bot. I haven't tried this yet. Alex Ernst. I don't know who that is. Oh, I assume not the old Alex Ernst. Interesting. Using WebSockets to extract data and stuff like that. No WebSockets. Yeah. Hey, Anarchy. Hey, Ben. Nice. Gotcha, Ben. Cool. Let me know how that goes. What are your strategies? All right, cool. So we're going to start, we're going to redeploy. So use this script here. Maybe a crash. Let me go fix. There's this site that has an API that I want to try out real quick. Where was it? Was this one? Oh. Huh. Oh, there it is. This site has an API, right? I thought it did. Excuse me. I'm actually going to modify this script. I don't really want to do that. So I just want to be able to run the script, any branch, and it's just going to run the off the main branch. Surely this is possible without actually switching branches. Hey Aaron, thanks. A bit clunky. Hey, feel free to tell me, how can I make it better, you think? Oh, maybe the actual, you're talking about the wave here, the waveform. I agree, not very smooth. We can fix it though, because we actually have an example that we can give it as a reference. So the waveform of the vibe to text is not very good. Yeah, we can fix it because we made it for our music player, the better waveform. No. I actually agree with you. I think it's a quality of life improvement. Today might be a little bit of a I just have these like list of projects that I want to work on, so I might spend a little time deviating, maybe half the day from the main project. Okay. So the waveform is currently not very good. You can use this as a reference though. It's specifically in this Electron music player, but you can also find a really good waveform in here. Try to implement it like those. Right now this is sort of not very responsive, but there's a better way to do it. Before you continue, please tell me how you're going to do it, because then I'll be able to know in the future how to query it. It's kind of weird. I don't really want to do that. I'll just make another. Where's the other one? Oh, here it is. Let me bring it over. All right, this is what I was going to work on too. But I'm still in this branch. Okay, the deploy completed. We don't have it on this branch. Hey, Yasha, welcome. That's our logging script. You guys might find if you're using a cloud or if you're using the CLI for the Google Cloud deployment, it's a little bit slow. So, because it's limited how much you can grab. So just making a little script that has a running log while you're running a thing is much faster. So yeah, we have a little project that would be cool, which is just like a little Google. I'm sure there's already an open source project. It's a Google Cloud controller thing, just a desktop app. Just do the basic functions. Hey, thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I like GitHub. I tried SourceTree, but there's just some things I don't like about it. It makes it a little hard to. I like the diff viewer, where it's like taking up most of the screen. I just like the UI a little better. That's pretty much it. Hey, Yasha, yeah, I'm using just models that already exist, so like APIs for like Gemini and things like this. I'm making my own. Okay. How hard is it to build a site like expired domains? What exactly are they doing? I'm not saying I want to, I'm just curious. You know what? I'm actually going to use, so the one cool image we got, I'm going to use Nano Banana, generate a bunch, because then we can differentiate these terminals. More easily. Was the info thing at the bottom of the terminal? This has the context that we're currently using. It looks a little better when it's full like this, but yeah, this is the folder we're in. This is the branch, Git branch, and this is our session time, which is just continually running because I never start my computer. Hey, thanks, man. Just curious, why is there no API for this? Seems like could be valuable. Might be a little tricky. Generally, the market's efficient. There's some reason why. So we will see. What's the reason? What was the image called? AP Visual. It's a Python Flask. Yeah, definitely. Did it actually save? I realized we forgot to delete the old afternoon brief. Oh, maybe it did it for... Okay, it didn't do it for tomorrow. How hard would it to be to get to on parity to expired domains? So I could very quickly... basically the idea is I want to find all domains that are close to AWD. So that means a problem with our script, right? It's either a problem with our scripts or we're not actually logging enough. The today's brief should have pretty extensive logging throughout the process. The reason is it's pretty important that we are able to find the error. So it could be one of those two problems to do a little investigation. So the term is FFT based. Go. If I build a cool tool here, well, the reason is we need a new domain. We call it like domain getter, automated domain getter. Okay, cool. Oh, I think it's up here. Most of my time is like a lot of time. It's filling out forms. What should my reason be for requesting access? Cool. Awesome. So that's done. I will wait. Because of a mistake. Yeah, probably. Hey, Aaron. Let me whitelist you so that doesn't happen again. Right now, no crypto stuff. Crypto data is actually pretty expensive. We did some research into it. It's not like insane, but with no customers, it's like I think 80 a month or something, if I remember correctly. That was the cheapest we could find. Oh, right, and KH is going to answer your question. Yes, definitely. You're talking about like the AI makes a mistake and I don't notice it? Yeah. Definitely some... I think it's exactly what Karpathy said in his tweet. Sometimes it makes assumptions and it goes with it and you don't realize it made a certain assumption. And then you find out later and you're like, oh, crap, gotta rewrite that. It's okay though. One of the most common ones is it likes to use outdated versions of everything. Speaking of that, so in your project level cloud settings, make sure that you've put yeah, exactly, Anarchy. That's you said it better than I think it's a good point. Like, yeah, you will find, and it's very frustrating sometimes, I would say, if it makes a mistake, but it definitely, the amount of time you would have been spending grinding, writing a lot of this stuff, it's like offset, if that makes sense. Hey, Aaron, I usually do. You'll see me using it quite often. That is this board. Probably not in Cloud Code. Cloud Code doesn't support all the hotkeys, so I can't select it and remove. I can do that though. Yeah. Yeah, so guys, even though it's there, sometimes it still does not. So, sometimes it's not going to respect your project level. Because the other day, it was using Gemini 2 Flash, actually yesterday. For, we were working on our portfolio skill. We were wondering, why is our portfolio skill so stupid? We can't do anything. And the problem was it chose, even though in the project level settings, we have Gemini 3 Flash and the cloud settings, it still doesn't matter. And I've noticed that it just doesn't respect it. Sometimes it's just what it is. So just have to know how it fails. That's a very common failure mode, is choosing outdated versions of libraries and models and all this stuff. It's funny, and sometimes I'll tell it, I'll be like, Gemini 3 Flash exists, and I'll be like, no, it doesn't. It's like, God damn it. Always believe me. Oh, cool. All the domains are getting approved already. That was fast. The hell is some of this stuff then? I don't understand what a lot of this stuff is. I'm going to... So it has all sorts of TLDs, like... What are all of these? Like for example, I'm approved for the YouTube TLD. What does that mean? Wait, this actually is an extension you can use, .youtube. Interesting. Oh, but they're owned by Google. Got it. You can't just... Got it. That makes sense. So there's a lot of like brands, TLDs that you could never use, right? But for some reason they're in this system. But like realistically, you can never use them, right? Okay, gotcha. I'm seeing like an insane amount compared to what I know. So are most of these closed? How can I tell on the ICANN website when they're closed or not? Actually, we're approved for a lot of them. Can we go ahead and start setting up this project? So I think in our searches, we will never include like closed TLDs. It doesn't really matter. But the general idea is that I'm going to be able to search I'm just thinking about like what's the minimum set of, I don't want to implement too much. I just want to be able to search, but I also want it to notify me because I don't want to have to look every day. I want to just like get a notification. Hey, you were looking for this particular domain. Here's something pretty close. And it'll probably just set up with my email resend stuff maybe, or yeah, that's probably what I'll do. Hey Neil, very simple one. This is just gonna, because I have to get a new domain for this. I want to do something. My girlfriend came up with Axiom Research, and I actually like it. She also came up with Tidefall. So she's pretty good at these naming things, and she did it really fast. But anyways, but I want to try to have this thing running for expired domains because I'm probably gonna use it in the future, and see if it works. It might not work at all. It might be there's too many people sniping these. I can never find any good that are good. I actually did get one domain off the expiry one time that was decent when I was just looking through, so I don't think it's like impossible. I mean, I think it's decent. I didn't sell it, so I don't know, but I like it. Anyways. Okay. But I also wanted to alert me when we get something close. The way you can figure out if it's close, you're going to use this, there's this algorithm. But there's probably a library. Yeah, that would be some similarity score we'll have to tune, but all right, go ahead and actually, before we begin, do you have any other cool feature ideas that we could do with this? Azulfa. Hey, Robert. I tried this one time before, didn't work for some reason. Just keep it simple. And probably not, it's just like a little script. I'm just using some excuse to use Rust, but there's really no particular reason for this. Yeah. Python scripts. Atanthium. Cool. Rate limited to be respectful. Okay. Hey, macOS. However, I do want any action. Oh, guys, look, the waveform's actually working. Nice, look at that. For the voice text looks pretty slick. Cool. Anyways, so I wanted to always ask for the bash commands, but I don't want it to ask for those read commands. So I don't really understand why is it considering these other ones bash commands. I guess they are technically. How can we add? I'll commit it. The only thing is I'm thinking most people don't really want it to be over here like this. I just want it there for my stream, but I will probably undo it. For everyone else. Hey, thanks, Robert. Yes. That's what we do on the stream as well for the, I just asked it to implement it the same way for the thing above my profile. Yeah, definitely, Robert. It's only for my stream, really, for it to grow like that. Yeah. I'll probably ask it to... can you go ahead and... for the main branch here, we're actually going to remove the fact that it increases in size, and that also we change the position of it to be like 2/3 of the way over. It should still be centered. We're not going to have that grow and shrink on the main branch, so you can undo those changes. Look at the last few commits and fix it there. Oh, that makes... well, no, that's not... Oh, perfect. There we go. Now that explains that. So that explains why sometimes we were having trouble finding the errors with the today's brief. Because it was not logging everything. How's it going, GeoDev? All right, so we're actually going to modify this script. It's going to actually delete the prior today's brief this before it begins, just to make sure that that's not the issue when we run these things. So basically this script will take a date arguments and it will delete the afternoon or morning brief. So just also take an afternoon morning argument. And it will delete it at our Firebase location, and then it will run the trigger afternoon brief at the specific time that we specified. So it will use the argument there as well. Hey, just Tauri, how's it going? Font are you using? I think that used to be an auto reply. Let's see if it worked. Actually, it didn't. Okay, interesting. I actually don't. I never remember. It's like spectral or something. That's why I made it an auto reply. Let me see. You could try asking it in a different way. What font? Okay, still not. Interesting. I guess I'll fix it. Let me leave. Big. Oh, that font specifically. I think it's, we'll see. I guess I could just ask real quick to answer your question. I will do it once it finishes. Hey Gary, welcome. So this is the answer. macOS. It is, the description is DM Sans plus Spectral. One of those there. Yeah, for sure. And horse. No, so I mean the changes you made where you changed the location back and made it no longer grow, I want you to undo those changes on this branch. I switched branches already, so you can do it. Oh, it did already. Oh, I see what happened. Oh, I was talking about it with the domain thing, not this one. do anything weird. We need more windows. That's interesting. I don't know. This will be an interesting experiment to see if I like this workflow of just switching like this. So it's just me pressing a lot of hotkeys, switching rapidly. Yes. Let me just take a look, see if it actually was written. Not sure it was. I don't really want tabs. Could do tabs. Because then I have to go... Well, you're right. You could do it either way. Technically, it is kind of like a tab. You just have to then do the hotkeys for the different tabs. What's the advantage to either? It's kind of the same thing at the end of the day. It's kind of like another tab. But the main advantage you can't get if you use tabs is you can't change the images like this in the background. At least not that I know of. So. Okay, so they don't use that API key. I gotta actually just put in my credentials. Oh wait, I just realized something. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking there. That was a little silly. Cool, we're good. Actually, I want this one to be in here. So the way the script should work, it should be like continually running. So that way we have the full log. The problem is before we had to keep running over and over and over again. And we wouldn't be able to find the errors. Actually, now that I think about it, is this necessary now that we fixed the logging with your recent change in the deployment script? I need to fix this first before I switch back to the other branch. We'll add this. Oh, I see what happened. Essentially. Might be a caching thing. Let me log in with a different account. Hey, see you, Anarchy. However, I'm wondering why this question was chosen. Be related to some headline or something. Go. Hey, Harshit. I want to try something new. I think we maybe fixed this issue, so I'm going to start it back up again, where it has to ask every time. Hmm. I'm still asking. Hey, Paul. Oh, there we go. Now it's going. There you go. Oh, this is the old one that we have to restart. Gotcha. So cool. That works. Now it's gonna just do all the searching. Asking. This one I'll restart as well. Once it gets going. Nice, Paul. Hey, Jonathan. Hey, Paul. Take people off the wait list relatively soon, but need to finish some things. Specifically, the portfolio onboarding. That's okay. It's okay for the moment. I know, I'm pretty sure what happened is there was just some headline that the LLM riffed off of. That's true. Just make sure. Strange. Let me close a few over here. So we populated all these yesterday. Okay, cool. Seems to work pretty well. 300. This doesn't have its own container. Just leave it as an image. Right, I was gonna work on this too, this upsell. Let me put that in my notes so I don't forget. Hey Gary, see ya. I will probably be on. Alright, so when you ask, click this button here. Oh. Hey Jake, how's it going? I'm good. I'm working on this, it's like an investor tool. It gives you news and I can do research using the AI tool. Kind of looks like a Monte Carlo, doesn't it? It's a graph. It's like, this is what happens. But in this case, it's just historical data. So it's not a simulation. It kind of looks like one. So the idea here is it's not going to just be an image. We're not going to use the image for this. We're actually going to bring in the chart data, and we actually do store it in the chats. So let's make a plan for this first. I can show you the platform a little bit. Feel free to, if you're interested, there's a waitlist. We're going to let people off soon. It has a bunch of data you can explore from various companies. And one of the important things I work on is that you can easily onboard with Plaid or use our research wizard, which you can ask it to add all the positions based on an image, which I'll work on today. I'll just switch back to admin account though. Okay, let me make a little backlog here, so I can. Yeah, this one's the main product, I would say. Once I get the portfolio wizard, then I'm going to feel feel pretty comfortable that everything is working. It's easy to onboard. Once you have your portfolio in here, everything will work pretty well, I think. There'll be some bugs, but I think that's the most important thing. It's easy to set up, because I tried to do it myself, even though I created it. I'm like, that's a lot of freaking work to put in all your portfolio information, all the transactions and everything. Oh, nice. Okay, now I can't. Yeah, we're kind of like an SEO strategy. And also, I'm going to be putting a lot of tweets on Twitter. And it's going to be a long haul, I would say, getting people to sign up. We got about 100 people on the wait list, so they'll be our kind of first initial users. I have analytics. I use Posthog, so I'll watch them using it and see where they struggle and what pages they use the most. Do they like the research? How many questions do they ask with the research? That'll be very interesting. Do they use the Discover tab at all? All these kinds of things. Unclear, right? I have no idea. We'll see. I think that'll be the most important thing, is just seeing how people use the thing. And also what if they have any features they would like. So that's one of the useful things about YouTube. A lot of people join, they're like, I would like this feature. So kind of get some extra feedback. I otherwise wouldn't, if I was just building myself. There's actually a lot of feature ideas that people came up with that end up being in this thing. And there'll probably be more as some people maybe start to use it, hopefully. We'll see if that happens. I'll definitely be using it. So I'm using this tool. Trying to find one. Thanks, man. You said, how you been? Were you here before, Jake? Like a long time ago or something? Like the game, or maybe at the beginning of. Oh, nice. Okay, really long time ago. That's cool. Yeah. It's always cool when people join, like long time ago. Yeah, I definitely want to work on the like games and stuff too. We actually made this little VR thing. We're gonna make this site a VR site. It's like kind of a marketing thing. So the idea would be, this is using a 3JS. So the idea, we have a bug where you teleport away, which is not ideal. So it'd be the New York Stock Exchange, and the website would be on all the screens. So I'll show you an example. I gotta go find one. Oh, and we have little bots running around that say things. But anyways, sorry, it's kind of buggy. Okay, this would be a screen here. This is an example, so you could interact with the website. We have a lot of data, so the idea would be we show the data on the screens. Anyways, it's kind of fun, but that'll be for another day. and it'll be multiplayer is the idea. It'll probably take, if I was to guess, it'd probably take a week, maybe. Week to get it really going. So I don't know if I want to put in a week yet. Maybe a little longer, I'm not sure. Depends how many. We're running into some troubles with setting the screens and it not lagging. Yeah, Web3. There we go. This is what I wanted. I just wanted to be able to do this. Okay, I will quit that. I'd start to implement this other thing, which I didn't really want it to do yet. So probably won't be very good. Yeah, it works pretty well. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense, Jake. Making a business is hard. Who would have thought? No, it's true. It might be with you at some point. From my understanding, it takes potentially years, you know, and even then, the idea that you will make a lot of money is very uncertain. Who are you selling the apps in order to reach 1 million? People interested in the tool. It's kind of a dumb answer, but that is the truth. It might not need this. I will be advertising on Twitter and some other places too. This is an all-in-one toolkit for investors, retail investors, to do research with AI and get their news and information. There you go, Ardesh. Very common question. Understandable question. We're going to do a bit of a refactor on thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment, but thank you. I built it, Dennis. Pretty much everything you see I built, like the vibe to text. I guess I didn't build Cloud Code, but all the other tools, like things you see on Cloud Code like this, and the analytics and our voice to text, and the tools that I use when they're in the description if you'd like them, for extracting things, and the screenshot tool, and yeah, and the music that's playing right now, and the waveform on the stream. Speaking of that, I need to fix that. I'm going to do that. This is the great firewall that we built. It moderates and filters for the stream and does all sorts of stuff. Yeah, there's definitely a psychological thing with quitting your job. The reason is that everyone's identity is in their job. It's very hard to, and changes how you interact with everyone, your family, potentially, your significant other, and people that you know. So it's definitely a huge psychological component to that kind of decision. It's not one to take lightly. That's why it's easier once you already have like revenue and stuff to quit, because then it's like, okay, my identity is okay. I'm making money. If you quit and you're not making money, then it's like, oh shit. Now I'm classified as unemployed. Potentially bum. If it's too long, people might classify you as unemployed bum. Even if you're working hard, you know, no one cares how hard you work. Yeah, she does. Hey, thanks, Ardesh. All right. That's a little laggy. I'm gonna close some of these. I'll close some of these over here. I have another screen that. Yeah, I get you, Robert. It's definitely not easy. And maybe even you shouldn't decouple that idea, because virtually no one has, so. And like I said, maybe they shouldn't. If everyone decoupled their identity with the job, it might not be best for society. Okay. So we can clear this one. This is looking good. I got a little bit distracted, so I'm trying to figure out what was I doing. I am doing this currently. I don't know if I like this workflow. So I changed this today where I have these like windows that the problem is it actually makes it harder to find things. I thought it would make it easier, but it's actually harder. So I think I'm gonna go back to what it was before, which is that I just have them all. Oh, now they're floating windows. Let me disable that. Oh, this is this thing. Actually, let me check if this works. This is the most recent changes. Okay, I'm not really surprised that didn't work. It's pretty complicated. What is the problem though? I think the reason it's harder to find is because in your brain, you're associating the location on the screen with the activity too. Now I don't have that, so I removed that. So now it's harder to actually navigate between the tasks. Even if I have the hotkey, it's... Also, take a look at this. The way this should work is basically... We already have everything stored, right? So when you someone does ask AI, for example, on that today's brief, in some ways you're just kind of like piping over the data from the insights to the conversation. New message. So anyways, double check what you've done here. Oh yeah, and then I was going to ask another question. Is it possible with iTerm, like when I'm using the hotkeys to open windows with certain profiles, how do I disable that they're floating windows? So by default, they're floating window. Keys. Key window. Oh, I see. That makes sense. There's probably. Oh yeah, perfect. So these will no longer. I really like iTerm. There's a lot of customization. You can basically do everything that I've wanted to do. I can do with iTerm. Like it's just somewhere in some place. Honestly, they've earned my loyalty. I like it that it's. I don't even need to install a plugin or anything. It's all just here. Okay, cool. Let's move our floating. They're no longer floating windows, but I'm gonna move them all. Okay, stop it. Oh, I see. I can only have one active at a time. Let's check that. Ideally, no. Is there any way, right now it seems like I can only have one active at a time with iTerm, the hotkeys. Is there any way to disable that? You're nice. Nice, Jake. Oh, focus on one thing live, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, that's interesting. You also, that's kind of what I was thinking, right? You give it a year. That's kind of what my plan. Let's give it a year. Then you can reevaluate. Is this a path? Are you going on a path that can provide some value? Are you making enough, or potentially on a path of making enough? I do believe it is a longer, I don't believe you can do it in 30 days or 60 days, but a year you should probably have an idea. And it sounds like you concluded the same, which is, you maybe said, here's what I did the last year. Do I have any revenue? Do I have any potential, like people that are regular? Maybe you have 100 users, 1,000 users. Okay, maybe. And they're regularly using the thing. Maybe. But it probably matters more about, even if they are using it, or could they be paying users? So probably paying users is the metric. Yeah. So yeah, the way I see it, it's like, I kind of think of it as 2 months per MVP, 1 to 2 months per MVP. I release this, I'm going to be putting a lot of effort into the marketing aspect, probably even a month, and trying to get people to use it, seeing what, and then I'm going to take the learnings to the next thing. If I'm not getting traction with this at all, I still have in the background, maybe SEO maybe I'll get, because we have a plan with this SEO thing. Maybe we'll get some organic traffic in the back, and then I can come back. If it doesn't work, I'll move on to the, because definitely no shortage of ideas here. It's more the, well, maybe a shortage of good ideas, right? Like actual ideas, but as far as implementing more things, there's a million things. It's hard to know whether something's a good idea until you actually get it in people's hands, though. Right? By Chad Fowler. Oh, thanks, Robert. Yeah, I worked some jobs. So I've been planning to do something like this for a long time. I just had an itch. And I figured at the end of the day, there's very low chance that I will regret it because I've wanted to do it for a long time. So even if I look back and I'm like, man, I wasted some money, it's like, I really want to do it. So it's not like willy-nilly. Yeah, that I'm just like doing this for impulse thing. Passionate programmer. I'll look up the book. Yeah, I agree. Just looking at the overview. Granted, I don't know if Chad Fowler would like our process. Depends on the kind of programmer he is. Granted, the OGs are using AI more and more, I suppose. But anyways. Yeah, see, that's awesome. Every time I got a question, iTerm has some setting for it somewhere. Just gotta go find it. Setting profiles, keys, auto hide. Okay, I don't see this one. Oh, maybe that'll work actually. Let's try it. Oh yeah, it works, yeah. Hell yeah. Interesting shake. We might end up in the same boat. I wouldn't be surprised. It's something I'm disgusted by, or something like maybe it's some like we were exploring this VTuber idea. We saw that it had traffic on Google. What if that was my most successful thing? Is like I make a VTuber, or like you know, like let's say it was something like that. I'm not sure. Maybe that's what you're getting paid for, though. You're getting paid for the aura loss of building such a thing. That's what you know. You're extracting the value from your credibility and reputation and pouring it into something like that. Can you describe it in 5 words? Oh, the VTuber thing? When there's some people searching up how to use custom models for their VTubing because it takes a lot of work to build something like that. So they're looking up on Google. There's not a lot of ranking. It seems to be a little bit tricky, but probably doable to build. But the question is, do I want to spend a week building that? I'm not really sure that I care enough to do that. But maybe worth exploring, I guess. Okay, let me move my floating windows. Actually, I have a hotkey for that. I didn't set that one up for some reason. That's true. Right, like just imagining like people joining, and that's what I'm working on too. Like people are actually watching me build such a tool. I have to explain to people around me. That's what I'm working on. Be like, yeah, that's true. It's like timing. Timing, definitely. But also, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said, right? Like, especially if it's something hard to make and you don't care about it at all, like, that's going to be tough, especially. You know, you can spend a year on it or two. Hey ZX, these are our Cloud Code instances. That's AI tools. These are all of our different AI buddies. They are not all running at the moment. Yeah, exactly. You can think about it that way. They all are doing something, the code base. Sometimes they're in different, files and different folders, things like this. Yeah, I'm gonna remove that response too. Hey, Yomi, not yet. I do have an app that is technically making money, but it's a very small amount, and it wasn't made on stream. So I don't really count it, but it's not a lot. It's like 1,200 a year or something. It's like it's a data platform for investors. I'd say it's relatively easy to start. You could try building a little prototype for yourself. As far as like actually deploying something to the public, I'd say that's a bit harder. You know, you'd probably have to spend some time learning the fundamentals before you do something like that. Yeah. So when I'm done, I usually clear them. It's kind of weird. Hey Yomi, I have a subscription, so it's not a cost by token. So it's about $200 a month I'm spending on the Cloud Code subscription. This is kind of what I found last time. If you guys use Tauri and you try to use one of these models to make a desktop app, with Tauri it tends to have quite a few issues. Electron, it's able to boot up real fast. The reason why I'm willing to go through this process is once you get it set up, then it's just a matter of you can always reference this project in the future. Tauri is pretty much lighter weight, so I would prefer to use it though. Then this is for our little tool. It's our domain expiry domain tool. We'll see if expired domains. We'll see if it's can do a good job. $2K per month. Whew. That is pretty pricey. grow to that. I'm just gonna close these for now. I don't really need them. I spent the time moving them, but yeah, nice. Wait, I like this way better. It's way. Okay, I might switch the other apps to Tauri. You can tell how much faster it is just by both the loading. Yeah, exactly, Laura. I'll open source this if this works reasonably well. You guys can use it too. I will put it. We have the reason why we're doing this is we need to get a new domain. I don't know if you guys saw the OpenAI news. Prism for researchers. We technically don't need to, but yeah. Let's see, 403, interesting. Oh, it actually worked. So the reason why we're getting the 403 is because I have a limit of 1,000 conversations, even for myself, which I probably should remove because sometimes I think it's broken. Yeah, I agree, but I have no loyalty. OpenAI makes a better model. I will switch. I don't care. Granted, it is kind of hard to know for sure if it's good, because sometimes there'll be a lot of hype around something. It looks like it's maybe not saving. So like if I ask AI, oh, I know why I didn't save. It's because I didn't ask a question. So it won't save in that case. Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, Jake. Yeah, you too. I just realized, I just remembered who you are, Jake. I just remembered because I think you were also streaming. It was the RuneScape thing, right? Nice. Or RuneScape 5 Jam. Coolness. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's a long time ago. I definitely do want to work on 3GS stuff again, though, one day. Or some other game. It doesn't have to be 3GS. But so we just have to fix that. Yeah, definitely the game thing, man. I realized after about a month, I'm like, this is going to take like 3 years or something. Like the progress is so slow. Needs a lot of people, I think. Okay, I see. So when you send to AI, like you're asking the AI, that's actually the next conversations, both to the defaults, Perplexity LLM, and also if you attach data, they both need to receive the... I have to be a little careful. I don't want to break... I'm going to just make one small change first. Yeah, definitely a hobby. Unless if there was like 10 people, we got together, like we're going to produce a game in like 10 months or something. And like, maybe. But it's very risky. It looks like the chart information is not being attached to the... So this is how we do it for normally when the user asks a question and generates a chart. We have a bunch of chart metadata that we generate, but I think on the today's brief, we don't store the chart metadata. We remove it. So we actually don't have any way to reference what the chart's about. I think we have to fix that first. I think I'm just going to start with something simple to start. Start with something simple. Just use the title. Because I don't really want to... I try to minimize my changes to today's brief while we're doing a lot of updates, so it's going to be confusing. The errors. So as you can see, it didn't recognize. I think in this case, we're just going to have the user context be for the conversation, just the title of the chart, and they can ask questions this way. This will be how we start. I'm going to do one little test before I continue. Hey, email. Okay. Yeah. Strange. It basically tried to guess what the chart was I was talking about. Feature is AI genome analysis that synthesizes. Yeah, definitely. I think there's like a huge thing for like proactive healthcare. Right now, everything is reactive. We just only go in if we see problems, but everyone's probably just missing a shit ton. Things that even accumulate over time. The reason is, I guess it's partly, I don't know. Depends on your politics, I guess, what you think the reason is. But partly it's just that healthcare is very inelastic, right? There's so much demand. Infinite demand, because if someone's dying, they will pay anything. There's just also a lot of regulations. I gave Cloud my genome. It was fun to research. Interesting. I saw that on Twitter too. Where'd you get your genome? You like send it into send your DNA into some company or something? Like, how do you do that? Like mail it to them? Oh, cool. So it's strictly better. Yeah, makes sense, Jake. I get that. Don't want to be part of the permanent underclass. Those memes are so funny. All right, so I don't see anything currently. Can you display? So there's going to be the dashboard, the watch list history, that's all fine, but there should be some way for me to surf and search the domains that I currently have access to. I wouldn't be surprised if AI is hurting Postman, because you don't really need to download Postman anymore. Yeah, it's just you just have AI just do all the. I used to use it a lot. I don't use it ever anymore. All right, it made the changes for these two. Let me see if these are. Oh, no longer have the SKI here. Must be over here. Oh, yeah. Ah, classic. Let's look. Yeah, it's just this. Might get job replaced by AI, so yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind either. As long as what I was working on, like this would be what I would want to do, because it's so fun building this way. It's tricky though, but if it's possible. Oh, nice, that worked pretty well. Let's see if I can't ask questions. What is this chart? Can't remember if we have metadata for this one or not. Okay, we don't either. This one's a little less tricky because it doesn't require changing the today's brief. Today's brief is very important. I try not to change it too much if unnecessarily. Oh, nice. It just made a, I like this change. It just made like a 2-line change. Yeah, definitely. Although I must say, I actually did have a lot of fun. The other day, I was using a SEMrush. It actually was really cool. It's this tool here. I think what I liked about it, it's kind of it's like a little bit of investigative. You're trying to figure out your competitors and like how they are ranking where they are, and you see all these like backlinks. You can go through, try to come up with a strategy, and you can find like what people are searching in a much more concrete way, because Google search trends, you can't see the real numbers. But it doesn't have to be this tool, any other SEO tool, I guess. So I had fun doing this, so maybe I'll have more fun in the future with this kind of stuff. But I agree with you in general. Like, I like the building. That's a lot of fun too. That reminds me, I really need to cancel the trial. Let me do that real quick. I do not want to pay that. That is as fun as it is. Huh. Well, maybe I will, because they gave me 50% off when I tried to cancel. Because I did that yesterday, and then I remember I clicked OK, and now it says that's how they get you. Think about it. Yeah, definitely, Ryan. I mean, definitely. It's still a lot of work. Fixing the bugs and trying to avoid it. Creating bugs. You kind of have to see what it's doing. For simple prototypes, you can do pretty easily, but interesting, Jake. I think I'm actually on the opposite camp. The main reason is like, I think it keeps the software, the project gets more and more complex. The reason why I think the opposite is when I think about a repo like Chromium, which it takes like a whole day to build. This repo is, I remember dealing with this repo, it's so complex. Everything's interacting with everything else. Like, even if you assume AI gets better and better and better, there's a point where the complexity is going to require more and more like orchestration kind of stuff, like someone's managing it. Also, there's the credibility thing, where someone has to stamp it to take responsibility for what's about to happen. And you'll probably need more and more of these people, because someone has to be blamed when something goes wrong. And then, okay, if you imagine 5 years from now, 100x code produced and deployed, that likely means that complexity is scaled for all these repos, which is just what happens as it gets bigger and bigger. And I imagine that would mean more jobs. I don't really see why it wouldn't. Like, you'd basically have to believe AI becomes super intelligent and is better than, it can do everything. I don't know. It's hard to say for sure, but I think, especially the credibility arguments, that someone has to be stamping these things. You can't just assume that the AI will take liability for everything. I don't know if that, I mean, maybe that would happen in the future. Some company says, okay, our AI you can sue us if it breaks something or something. I don't know. Hey, Jordan, this is a tool we built. It's in the description if you'd like it, for Cloud Code. Going better managing that complexity. Yeah. I don't know for sure, but it kind of just seems to me, especially in intermediate term, like the complexity will scale, like Codebase, and they'll probably need more and more people, expertise come in and be like, this is what's going on. Long term, you're probably right, I guess. Like maybe, I'm not sure, 20 years or something. Assuming the AI doesn't plateau with this strategy. a mode. It's a kind of an intersection between your interests. So if you have my interest was investing, but maybe you're maybe you're a student, maybe that's kind of a good way to find projects. Yeah. I think that's probably about right, yeah. Okay. So I was about to test this. It should know the chart now. Oh, that's with the format markdown when I was making the chart. I'll investigate that in a second, but start with this. The core issue is that before we were using an image and we were just passing it into the LLM. Because we switched it away from an image and we're just using these D3 charts, we just have to, it should be actually a pretty simple change. You just gotta, in that message, that initial message that's stored, it's just gotta be the text, the headline. Just be the headline for what the LLM will see. We're still Amish people. Oh, that's true. Amish people buy software though? Really? Off-grid folks, I agree. But I think that's you're kind of leveraging interpersonal connections. So that's a different kind of job. Like if you like that kind of thing, I think you'll be fine. Go sell to people. Sales. That's not going away anytime soon. All right, guys, I'm gonna go grab another coffee. I'll be right back. back. Hey, Ryan. Same time zone? That's crazy, man. Ryan is living the same life. You're actually the first person that was reasonably close to me that's that joined the stream. At least I know. I'm sure someone else, but yeah, Nona. Is that the social network? I don't know. Never seen that. What is this? A seed endpoint? What is this? It should be a pretty simple change, to be honest. Just replacing an image with some text. Oh, hey, thanks, Nana. Yeah, if you want smooth animations, the AI can implement this thing called lerping. You might have heard of it, lerping. And if you tell it to do that, it does a pretty good job. A lot of smooth stuff. Like pretty much anytime I'm trying to do a smooth animation, I just tell it that, and it does pretty good job. Hey, physics, this is Cloud Code. I'll put the tools in the chat if you would like. One second. Oh, thanks, Jonathan. You got it. All right, I'm gonna lock in for a little bit. I do not, probably not going to focus on this too long, this little chat bug thing. It's not that important. I like how he changed his mind mid-implementation. He's like, actually, I don't need an endpoint. Okay, why'd you make that change? Okay, that seems reasonable. Let's try it. Hey, Jordan. Pretty soon, actually, as far as like letting people off the waitlist. As soon as I get the portfolio onboarding, I will let people use it. So that way they can easily add their portfolio. The reason is it's a lot of work otherwise. Oh, I started the wrong thing. Exit. Yeah, definitely. That is one of the more annoying parts about this workflow. Is sometimes you will find a bug that like you never in a million years would have made yourself. But with that said, it is still faster. We kind of talking about that earlier. Yeah, it makes different kinds of errors, different kinds of bugs, like choosing outdated library versions and creating like weird fallback logic because it assumes you have users and things like that. It kind of obfuscates some bugs. So that's not my favorite part, but as far as everything else, it's usually pretty good. You just have to kind of learn what are the common mistakes that it will make. Oh, actually, Nana, I'm pretty sure it's the defaults iTerm. I used to have another like fancy font or something, but I'm pretty sure I didn't install it here. But let me know, maybe I did. Oh, great. Great. Okay, cool. So that worked reasonably, and I'm going to check here as well. Hey, Jordan. Hey, physics. We actually do have the light theme. I just keep it on the dark theme because most viewers prefer it. But yeah, light theme looks pretty. It's actually, I originally built it with light theme. So yeah, it's got all those stuff. But most people always told, like, the only reason I implemented the dark is because like basically every day someone would tell me please add a dark theme, so I was like, okay. But I've actually grown to like it. All right, cool, that worked. Let me check what it did. Yeah, great. This is a pretty simple change. Just builds initial message instead of the image. So I'm gonna switch back to the other branch. Now I can really get going. Because this other branch is pretty important. Let's see, was there one more thing I want to do? So the reason I came to the main branch is because I had a problem with today's brief. But then we reloaded it and it was fine. We didn't find the error that happened though. I'm pretty sure that's kind of where we're at. But we did add more logging. Or fix the logging. So next time it happens, we should be able to find it. So I guess that we'll leave it at that for now. So I go back to my plaid branch. In our plaid branch, we're working on connecting the brokerages, and also, but I'm going to focus on the next task, which will be specifically you're putting in an image. So I'm going to make a CSV or image, and then the portfolio bot is going to add on all of the portfolio data for you. So let's go ahead and implement this. Oh, hey Jordan, I missed your message. I'll be live tomorrow, so in 19 hours I will be live again, roughly. So whatever that is in your time zone, 19 hours from now. Okay, so I'm going to close this one. I'm going to create a bunch of these. Tantiana, is that tomorrow? See you, Jordan. Oh wow, I'm actually really excited to test Gemini 3.5. That has a good chance of being good. All right, so we're going to support people adding in both images and CSVs to our portfolio skill. Hey, Nana, let me take a look. I don't even know where that is, though. Maybe it's an appearance. Yeah, if you could just tell me where exactly you want to look, I will show you. Oh, in profile. Oh, in text, got it. I'm using the Monaco font. Yeah, no problem. So I guess it wasn't the default. So let's first audit what we need to do to accomplish this. It's obviously going to be a little tricky, like especially once it starts getting over 15, 20 positions, transactions. Actually, I think now that I remember, we didn't add transactions to the portfolio skill yet. So let's start with that. We need to start with that first, right? People can enter in a series of transactions and we will add it for them. Oh, Menlo. Hey, Hikmet. How's it going? I use Cloud Cowork. I haven't used it yet. Very close food. I'm just going to remove that. I keep saying that, but this is... Like at first I just changed it, but then I was like, looking at it now, it's still not. Cool. Oh, it updated this. Can you go ahead and restart the app then? So just kill it, restart it. Yeah, so it should definitely just show the domains. Like, there should be like a surfing thing, right? Where I just can like scroll through all the domains. I don't have to search anything. I guess just do a little test. How many domains do you currently have? We got to get a new domain. That's why I'm doing this. Building this little tool. I got Chatantian. That's cool. Hey, Jovan. I think we need to start thinking about having multiple layers. The tricky part is if someone attaches a CSV with like 1,000 transactions, right? This starts to get pretty, you can't really do it in this approach at all. The only way that you could do it with this approach is you have a layer that extracts out the schema, and then you have a layer that then runs it's almost like a query on the CSV. It's really the only way you could do it. But you can't really do this with an image. So if they give you an image of like 100 transactions, you wouldn't succeed either. What do you recommend as an approach? I mean, I think definitely with the image or CSV, it's going to be when they upload it, the portfolio skill will give them a validation form essentially, but it will be embedded in the chat. So they then can go and correct everything. That's only if they upload the image or the CSV. It'll do basically an auto extraction. However, but I kind of want your thoughts on this as well. What do you think, based on what I've said here? Yeah, I gotta cap it. I think you could try to do auto extraction, but you're right. It's like, I think you could do it in the CSV format. You could make it work. With the image, you can't. Like the AI cannot extract 1,000 transactions from an image. It's not really possible, or it wouldn't be 1,000, but even 100. There's a lot of information, all the purchase date and all this stuff. I think I'll probably start with one. Honestly, there's probably not much use case if someone's putting in an image. We just basically, if we required a CSV, we can make it work, I think. And then we can have this cool layer thing. Hey, Anana, did the auto reply respond to that? Let me check. Oh, it didn't actually. But let me just type that. There you go. I think we're going to limit it to just CSVs to cert and Excel. What do you think of this idea of basically the first layer is figuring out the schema of the file, and then the second layer is the querying? Oh, where's Nana? Yeah, it's free, and it's locally hosted. There's no, that's not sending network calls anywhere. So it just hosts on your computer, Whisper model. Yeah, so we actually made the voice to text. It has a bunch of analytics, and here it is. You can, someone fixed it for Windows, but I think supposedly it's a small fix if you're using Windows to get it working. So all the statistics like sentiments. Apparently yesterday was a bad day, although it didn't feel like one. And your speed, and yeah, and all your history stored. It's just stored locally. Nothing is stored anywhere else. It's just a local database. Yeah, feel free to use it if you'd like. Store the repo, send it to your friends. Whatever. I built it because we were using WhisperFlow before, but this one's actually faster because it doesn't need to send a network call, so it doesn't cost money. That's always good. Yeah. Okay, cool. We got 2,000 domains in our new app. Let's check it out. So this is my Domain Hunter app. We are going to try to find a new domain for our project because OpenAI stole it. I'm just kidding. Wait, Loki, this actually... Wait. It's actually pretty good. Okay, are these real? So these are drop domains today, supposedly. I'm gonna make sure it's real, but it's not too bad, these domains. And it gave a score. Oh, Bland, let me add one. It's MIT. Yeah, so please add the MIT license to this repo. Just commit and push it. Actually, I'll just do it because I'm in another branch, so I'll just... Cool. Only 8 hours? What do you do with all your time? I usually do other types of work. I go to the gym. I work on the stream. And I also do other things. Sometimes I am on my phone and I'm chilling. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Yeah, I think YouTube does a pretty good job targeting. But then again, I think maybe a little bit of narrative shift. Who knows? I actually, now that I say that, probably not actually. Most people have a negative opinion, understandably. I like the average person I'm talking about. Most people, their exposure is through, just kind of like media. And honestly, sometimes they, like I used Xfinity the other day for their customer service. Horrible experience using AI. So that's going to be the average person's experience with AI. They'll be like, this is utter garbage. They're just trying to trick me. So, yeah. That's what it is. Hey, internet. We must have been working on this product, but I see what you're saying. Basically, you're interested in like a change report, like every day, what's the change log? It's not a bad idea actually. But then no one would watch the streams. They would just look at the logs and be like, no, I'm just kidding. It's a good idea. Maybe I'll do it. I'll put it on the Dioberon website or something. Chill vibes. Yeah, that's cool. So then it wouldn't impact the viewership. I have a few questions. I want to know, firstly, how was the score calculated? Because, for example, a lot of these don't really match with... Not really sure. Oh, nice. Oh, gotcha. I thought you said you got nice work or something. I was confused. Like, what does that have to do? Okay. Domain. Get it. Domain drop into. Oh no. We gotta go change that. I'll be right back. Oh, hey, Bland. You know what? I can maybe make a little DMG or what? Or I can maybe make a README. Yeah, let me generate a README real quick. How to get it running? But it depends on your machine. Oh, you're on Linux. Oh, okay, I actually haven't tested on Linux, so that one's going to be a little more tricky. But I could try to use AI to generate a README to run it. I think it probably won't work because I didn't spend time looking at how it would work on Linux. Probably be a little different. But maybe not. maybe it will work, almost work actually. That 1 second, guys. Hey, Bland. So the app will actually start all that stuff up for you, so you don't have to download any model. You just got to start up the just one process actually. It's just the engine using Python, so it should be one command, and then it should work. But that said, it might have some bugs on Linux. Let me go ahead and add it to the README. But give me a quick second here. I'll be right back, guys. 1 second. Cool, I'm back. All right. Let's see this chats as well. Any tips for a budding entrepreneur? Hey Taha, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Can you actually check how is this score made with the domain drop? Oh, gotcha. It's not legit yet. kind of figured as much. Okay, gotcha. So how come there's no data? Because I think we were approved for a number of domains. Hey, probably marketing just for, but there are some other ideas that we have for design as well as security related things that might be interesting to build. Hey, Loba. Why do we need the difference exactly? So the surf, like the dashboard, should just be a list of domains that we can go through. Hey, just for, yeah, it's open source, so you can look at it there if you like, and use it for yourself. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Hickman, let me know what the problem is. I can try to fix it. I mean, maybe I could just make the DMG, and I actually I could do that maybe if you're on Mac. Oh, Jesus, I have 3.9 gigabytes of zone files. Maybe need a way to prune. That's for 1 day. Is that real? Wait, 3.9 gigabytes for 1 day? Jesus Christ. Isn't this just text data, though? So these files, wait, oh, is this every registered domain ever? Or is this just the expiring domains? Okay, that could be why, right? If you're storing every single registered domain. Hey, Internet, same here, actually. Definitely have had much better luck at those auctions. But I'm just building this little tool for myself because I've wanted to build it for a long time. Just as a fun little thing. Whether or not we'll get our new domain. And also we need to get a new domain. But I'll have it running and see it's basically going to automatically populate every day expiring domains that maybe match what I'm looking for. And also send me an alert. Whether or not this will work is another story. Like work as in get me good domains is another story. But if it does get me, I'll open source it. Although if I open source it technically, then it won't really work, but whatever. If a lot of people start using it. Okay, that's interesting. Oh, I see. Basically, the current data does not have when it expires. So the idea is you download them all, you see the difference between this day and the next day. Okay. Gotcha. Well, I've seen some sites, they actually have when it expires in the future. Where did they get that data from? It sounds like what you're doing is basically reactive. Okay, this expired, but like, is there any way in the data to get when it's going to expire? Hey, Densiana, you look on the website. The Apple website should have the price. Probably depends on the region. I'd be surprised. Gotcha. Well, okay, in theory, let's say we do this who-is approach. How long would this take to populate? Yeah, Tansian, it's working on this investor tool. Right now oh wow, that's pretty butchered voice to text there. Yeah, J35. I see the problem. On our investor tool. No, I'm no longer talking about the who is domain stuff. I'm talking about, let's say we download every day these. I don't know if I want to do it this way though. I haven't tried Kimi yet. Has anyone here tried it? That makes rough sense, but I am a little bit, as far as the actual query part. Probably extract row, extract. Yeah, that's what we do. We just have two operations, extract row and extract column, and that should work. Take video too, interesting. One second. There's probably no way we can just download the diffs, right? So they don't really make it easy to download anything but the entire collection. Yeah, thanks, J35. That doesn't really make any sense. Like, how does it actually turn into Python? You're basically saying the LLM's generating this script, right? Yeah. It's not a good recommendation. So it's basically what I said before, right? Like, this is how we would do it. We'd have two operations, and then the LLM would call which operations to do. Because those are the two that people would need to extract out from the CSV. Yeah, okay. Actually explain the mechanism, though. So it's saying like some config value that we convert it into the code for extraction. This kind of misses the point. Like, the idea is that we're doing auto extraction using the LLM. Oh, Jesus Christ. Was Opus nerfed? What's going on here? So the way this works, right? just listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so the first layer is it's the schema extraction. And then the second layer is going to be extracting the rows. We're giving it two operations that the LLM is going to use to extract out based on the schema. It's going to use these operations to extract out the information based on the schema. It's not going to do any pagination. It's just calling the extraction based on the schema, right? Hey, J3, I'm doing this full time. Yeah, I worked there. So I worked at Microsoft for 2 internships. I worked at Salesforce engineer and Expedia as well for about 3 years. And I worked at a small startup for about a year. Okay, so what would the first layer look like? Like this, imagine the schema that we're creating. testing it. A little bit suspicious, some of the responses here. Pretty bad. Might switch over to Codex. Hey, J35, it's like you get all your news, and you can do research, and it's based on your portfolio. It's an AI tool you can talk with. I'll show you. I'll just ask a sample question. Yeah, honestly, I might try it. So you can ask questions and generate charts, so I can attach the data sets we got, and it'll make a chart. You can also ask, like, based on your portfolio, you can ask a bunch of questions. Give me agents. Yeah, worth a shot. I don't really see them show up on Ella Marina yet. I was kind of waiting for that, just some sort of confirmation that it's actually good. It's a good idea, Type Dummy. I mean, I haven't tried Grok in a long time. Worth trying. Oh. Were you shorting it or something? Oh, I see. You're doing a forex kind of stuff. Is that is that the Australian currency or something? Oh, interesting. Oh, cool. Well, this is a good test that our good error message is working. But let's go ahead and see why it errored out. It should work. This kind of question. Scalping it, yeah. Feel that. Getting this error on this question. I'm gonna test something actually. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I see what's going on. I'm going to disable the search for this particular L1. We should have this data. Yeah. All right. We are switching. Oh, it's not here. I think it's some sort of marketing thing, because it's not really super interesting in my opinion. It's just a cloud. It's just Opus hooked up to the chat of an app. It has skills. Not like a hater or anything. I don't really get it. That's why I think it's maybe some ad thing. Because I started seeing it on Instagram too. And then it started showing the pricing. So, and then I see him on Twitter. He's like, it's an open source tool. It's like, well, why are people getting mad? But it's like, something's a little wacky, I think. Because definitely a lot of people post at the exact same time with articles saying the exact same things. And I'm like, this maybe is not totally organic. And then you see it on Twitter, on Instagram at the exact same time with the exact same things. And then you look at the repo and there's like, doesn't really do much. I'm like, okay, probably ads. Don't know why they included the Mac Mini thing though. I still don't understand that. What does Mac Minis have to do with this? It's like a totally random. Hey, Fatih, how's it going? I think it maybe became a meme. Okay. Open code. So I was talking with Opus. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Please help me and clarify that you understand. Kimi 2.5. Envy. I think the auto reply respond. Send him some shawarma. Yeah, definitely. I'm actually pretty hungry. Do you agree with this approach? How else would you do it? Just getting some feedback. I'm not going insane. Oh yeah, J3. Oh wait, J35, you were all the way back then. Or was it more recent? You remember the Tidefall stuff? Quite a lot of people joined today from that time. Oh yeah, Neil. I know what you mean, but I'm hearing there's that multibot is just marketing hype. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Anything that you can do with this tool, you can just download cloud code and write, you just ask it to do it. You know what I mean? It can do anything. Okay, so what does it do? They basically made a thing that calls skills, but every skill that it has, you can just make with this thing. It's cloud. So, granted, I get the argument. The argument is this, right? For these kinds of products, like why did they build it? The idea is the person who can take cloud code and turn it into an interface that the average person's not going to be scared of. Like the average person will look at this and be like, this is insane. What the heck is this? So I understand that argument. So I get it. It's like an interface, right? But like, I still think it's some sort of, it's a marketing thing to try to sell this thing. With this idea in mind that they're trying to, it's mostly about the interface, right? But the actual functionality, you can just do with this. There's no technical leap here. It's just they're changing the interface essentially. So yeah. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Let's change it to multibot. I don't know. Okay. That was it. I want to come up with something simpler if possible that's actually going to work, but I can't really think of anything. Can you make a document with this approach? So first it generates in this document though, you're going to list out what the schema is that's going to generate, like a sample schema. And then the second step is going to be like, how is it going to actually extract it out given that schema? We want to make it as simple as possible for the LLM. So the idea is like that second extraction, we're basically providing some operations that it's calling, right? It's like, call this, boom, for this 100 rows, call this, boom, for this, 100 columns, and it's going to interleave those, and it should be like, it's probably going to end up using 5 to 7 operations to get all the things, and then it can populate it to the final thing that the user is going to see. It's going to map it to the right data form after it's extracted all the data. So it's still 2 steps. But we do have to think about how it's going to do the mapping thing. We can kind of say what format we'd like to look like after it does the extraction. But try to poke holes in this idea too. Really interesting. Share links here. It's related to CloudBot. Yeah, sure. Is it the security stuff? Oh, J35, nice. You're in Discord, I think. Gotcha. Yeah, that's a YouTube thing. I didn't do that. Yeah, these are really, really bad changes. Interesting. AE type. Kimi 2.5. Let me take a look. has to be populated with information that it will use to get the bounds, right? Like the bounds of which. Oh, well, okay, actually, it could use because you have the rows and the. Yeah, so now we need to talk about what the actual schema, an example schema would look like. And actually, I'm going to give you an example document so you can analyze. So I'm going to download one of these. Hey, Jonathan. Yeah, I'm going to switch back to the other branch. Hey, Lachlan. I'd say data feed's not a really great name. We're gonna change it. It's technically not really. It's kind of it's like a news feed, data feed, but it's mostly like a brief based on what happened today. This gives you visualizations. I'll show you an example. So based on what happened today, I'll give you a bunch of analysis, and based on your portfolio, we're gonna add a lot more valuation oriented things. Like I'll show you. Anime. Kind of like these ones. This is still a price. I think it was valuation. but there's one for valuation here. And then that'll show up, and there'll be alerts and all sorts of things for this. Also, there you go. These kinds of visualizations as well will be shown on the today's brief at some point. Both valuation and, but it's customizable, so you can do what you like with it. And you can use the AI to research. Using different AI CLI agents. Hey, thank you. How do you like to work? I mostly use Opus 4.5. Sometimes I switch to Codex because it seems to do other tasks well. So it's good for kind of like reviewing. And I just like to experiment. So it seems like Codex is maybe less creative. Like if you want to ask for ideas, Opus is a little better. But it's a bit of a black box. You don't know for sure what's going on. So I usually just switch around, and depending on the task, kind of get a feel for which is good, which is better. Making a little document. So I think it's made a modification. Update. These are our documents. Yeah, exactly. Just Cloud and VS Code. Gotcha, Kilson. Yeah, no problem. So I use the reason I use Git. It's an extremely important part of the workflow. I actually could not. It would make me a nervous mess if I didn't have Git, because as soon as you get somewhere good, you can very easily mess it up. And that includes if you're coding by hand too. So it's just a way to keep track of your progress, save good states. Anytime you get into a good state, you save it. Makes you feel comfortable. You can always discard all your changes if you went down some rabbit hole or something. The reason why I use the UI, I just like to easily be able to see the diffs, and you could also do it in the the commands you do all. But this is much faster for me, so I prefer. I will go in the terminal and run some commands though, but very occasionally. And for the other things, NeoVim. I just like NeoVim. It's very lightweight. It's very fast. You can kind of skip around and highlight stuff, and it's kind of fun. It has a learning curve of like. It's just basically a text editor. There's no real. You can actually make it more advanced if you want, but that's the beauty of this tool. Is very configurable. You can just add whatever you feel like you need. If you want to connect it to AI, you can. There are plugins to do that, but mine is I use LazyVim, so it just installs some basic stuff like you got your folders, and that's basically it. And I just have it for my reading documents and yeah, so that's my workflow. Mostly Git, Cloud Code, NeoVim for reading documents. So right now I'm kind of reviewing what it's done here. We're kind of designing a new feature that's a little tricky. So I'm making this document, trying to design it first. So it's basically me reviewing its work. It's made this document I'm reviewing, if it makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, J35, I did that too. I muted all those. You can actually go in the settings. It's a very useful feature. The only problem is though, if they post an article, it can still show because it doesn't mute the article with the words, unfortunately. This might be a little more tricky than we expect. I don't think this is going to work very well because this is not a very good, it won't work for a lot of different types. Yeah, definitely Kittleson. It's a little rough otherwise. This is a little more tricky. I think I'm going to, basically what I'm going to be doing right now, I will keep trying to plan with this, but I'm going to work on the plaid thing for a while. And I'm actually going to fix this, try to fix this bug first. For some reason this particular kind of question fails, and it definitely shouldn't. Hey, J35, it's 15 minutes delayed, but yes, they will be updating. Real-time data, very expensive. The way that you're going to debug this is you're going to go into Firebase, market data. You're going to check the schema versus what's in the stored under stocks, and then you're going to look at somehow there's, my guess, some mismatch. We're saying to the LLM, this is how you find it, but it's choosing the wrong column or something. Oh, interesting. I think it's a Lachlan. I think it's very good. Like, if you're building some tools for yourself, very good. You probably don't need a lot of programming knowledge. Like, you're building like some automation for your job, something like this. If you're trying to deploy to the public, you probably need to spend quite a bit more time to learn. But I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any reason if you like it not to learn. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's over. Probably depends on the job a little bit, but other than that, yeah, I'm overall pretty optimistic about things, I would say. Like, I'm probably a little more optimistic than a lot of people. Because I think software engineers will be fine, at least in the intermediate term. Because the code complexity gets, it scales with the amount of code. So if you have 100x more code, it's way more complex. Tips for someone starting to vibe code. Oh yeah. Well, it definitely very much depends what model you use. So if you use a bad model, like if you use ChatGPT, you just go to their website and you try to vibe code. It's like, yeah, it's not good. These newer models are quite good. They can do a lot of things. You know, even 7 months ago, you get like if you guys saw I was streaming then, or 8 months ago or whatever, you'll see me a lot of times on the stream. I'm actually coding because the models just 8 months ago were not very good. Like,
they were amazing to me at the time, but if I was looking at what it was going to be 8 months in the future, it's pretty amazing. Like, I code quite a bit less. In fact, it's mostly me planning. Sometimes, it's easy to forget. Oh yeah, Tyro, sorry. I'm probably going to remove that auto reply. It's a little bit too. But yeah, the general idea here is, my belief is that it takes, if you're building a business, it takes time. So that's hard to, it's a very hard endeavor. So I don't anticipate, but we are releasing off the wait list. And then we'll start trying to get customers. So in theory, maybe there could be, but probably at least a week or so. Okay. So yeah, to answer the question, use one of the best models that you can, and then play around with it. You can also just watch this stream too. You can see we make a lot of stuff. You can see how we did it, the voice to text and the things on the stream and everything. Yeah, KH, it is definitely, who knows, when it's going to plateau here. I think the limit eventually becomes the training data, right? Karpathy made a really good point on the podcast, which is it's amazing how good it is considering the training data is utter garbage. You consider most of the internet, it's not clean data. It's all this random shit everywhere, and somehow it's really good. And so imagine you have really good data. It'd take a lot of work, but maybe eventually that's partly the cause of the plateau. It's just no problem. Oh yeah, Kittleson, Karpathy also, basically everything Karpathy says I agree with. But he also tweeted the other day, which is totally agree, is that when you do this, your skills for writing code kind of atrophy. I've noticed that a little bit as well, because it is a little bit different, reading code versus writing code. You know what I mean? When you're writing code, you really have to care about the intricacies. You're gonna have, you compile it, error, boom, you gotta fix this, fix that, you gotta know exactly, But when you're reading code, it's more of just seeing, hey, okay, is this general logic good? Does this make sense? You're focusing more on the high level logic. You don't really care about the intricacies as long as it compiles and it generally looks like the flow, the structure is, it looks good. Modifying the right data, these kinds of things. Yeah. So double check here. Yesterday we checked the current branch. This should be using, hey Javi. The reason I'm suspicious is it's kind of weird if it tried to import what we already told it not to. Yeah, Javi, it is 12:30 at night. Hey Figman, I think the auto reply should get you. I'll get you there, but welcome. It's not really clear to me why it tried to import something that it already has. Okay, I see. So when we pasted the logs, we only pasted the fixing logs instead of the original error, which is not super important at the moment. I'm just going to run it again. Hey, OM, let me put it in the chat. Okay, so now we should get the full error. Yeah, so check this here. I know what the problem is. It's probably just some key mismatch. It's trying to get the bonds ETF or something, and then there's a naming mismatch is probably what it is. I'm using a cloud code. Yeah, because I remember we renamed these, so we just have to fix that, and then it should work. Yeah, anti-gravity is pretty good. I used to use it. It's pretty good for getting some free credits. Same with cursor, you can get some free credits to use for a little bit. I used to like cycle between them, but since I have the subscription now, I use the just cloud code pretty much. Okay. Now, so you need to basically, here's what you do, right? You look in Firebase. That is where the data is coming from. And I want you to add it in your project level settings here. That this is where it's stored. I think we already did. So please check your project level settings. I'm going to ideate a little bit about this. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to create a doc. I'm just going to remember to always attach the doc when we're dealing with Firebase stuff. Because the problem is it just, it's not respecting the project level settings. It never really does. It sometimes does in weird times. So I'm just going to make a doc, make sure to always attach it when dealing with our collection and where things are and things like this. Okay. Create this doc, right? It's going to have our Firebase collection, how it's currently stored, basically all the information about what's stored. We're going to start with just this information that right here I'll attach. Hey, sounds good, Neil. Let's do it. I gotta say, guys, like, has anyone noticed Opus today being a little weird? I say that sometimes, but today is a little bit strange, I must say. But that's it. Docs. Like, just being very stupid. Like, way more stupid than he can be stupid sometimes, but especially this conversation here. But it might just be, you know, this happens sometimes. Probabilistic. It's just hard to tell. Yeah, Javi, I definitely noticed a few times this week that I'm like, especially, you know, things that are relatively simple. Some people suspect that they are decreasing the quality. Okay. This doc should be extremely concise. It just has the overview of the collection, so you should know the price data is stored in cloud storage. Interesting. Some people were saying that UltraThink doesn't really do anything. I definitely didn't really notice much either, but it's possible. Okay, so I think this doc was updated. Question mark? Oh, no, it wasn't yet. I do think one of the main problems is we need to support for example, there could be brokerages that have like 2 separate tables, for example. There could be brokerages that have extremely long amount of rows in just like one column. There could be brokerages that don't name the columns or rows at all. You know, there's like so many different scenarios. So we have to have a schema that can be really generic. Like the LLM generates a schema that's like going to support all these types of scenarios. Very tricky. Alright guys, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna eat. Cool, I'm back. What does CloudBot even do? It's a good question. It's mostly just like an interface thing, I think. Got some rice on my face or something? Okay. Okay, good. This is a good summarization. Excuse me. I was pretty sure, though, that we renamed System Cloud Storage. I was pretty sure that we no longer had this naming scheme. I'll change the song. Oh, that's cool. Why is this free, though? What? Oh, it's probably ad-based. You guys talking about CloudBot? Oh, look, calendar. Calls you up on your phone. Okay, cool. Well, JMD, you know, at least I'm actually interacting with someone that is using it. If you're using it and it's working for you, awesome. That's actually a good signal. Maybe it's actually useful. The reason why I'm so skeptical is everything I'm seeing, I thought it was pretty sure it was just AstroTurf stuff. So ads and stuff. But if you're saying you used it and it's actually a pretty good interface and it works for you and you like it, okay, well then maybe I changed my opinion a little bit. I never met anyone that actually used it, so, or talked to anyone that used it and liked it, so. Okay, cool. Well, sounds good. Oh, I see. Interesting. Why did we do that? That doesn't make any sense. So we renamed that field, but we didn't change the file. think we have a patch script somewhere I can look at. Hey, take a look. I think we had some sort of what's the next line? So this is our analysis. Take a look at, I think we have some patch file somewhere in this code base for updating the names and the schema in our like Firebase schema. The reason is we're trying to figure out why we I see JMD. Interesting. Hey, thanks, Andre. So, okay, so I'm getting the sense, so you're setting a cron job of like, hey, send me this every morning based on my stuff. I mean, in a way, that's kind of like what this is. When you say it that way. This is a brief based on what you're doing in your portfolio and research. Okay. Fair enough. I'm not understanding this. Isn't this the same thing? If you go either way, they're going to be in sync. So why are they not in sync right now? Go through the docs and API. Need to get their docs. Is that what you're using CloudBot for, or you just do that's what you're currently doing? Oh, gotcha. Interesting hobby. Well, I can tell you right now, what, like the last few hours or whatever, definitely some mysterious kind of stuff. Like that's just kind of like really bad, to be honest. Interesting. I see. Okay. I mean, isn't there a third option where we just make sure that the, you know, we made it so the schema is attached to the file name? Couldn't we just make it in those files that the name is the same as the file name in the company schema? Yeah, hello. Is that Russian? Nice. Hey, amigo. Yeah, definitely type dumbing. We're very good at like charts, visualizations. Sounds like the script was doing just the wrong thing, right? How would we have corrected the script to do exactly what we were intending? I'm going to read what it tries to do. Hey, Miko, let me look at Glassnode. As blockchain stuff. Interesting. We won't have a lot of crypto stuff. That looks cool. Looks like it has some nice visuals. Hey, Emperor, I use Gemini for the... Yeah, hey, Matthew. I can show you. Looks like it's just reset today, so I don't know what it was before. I did not hit the limits. Yeah. That's the ones I'm interested in. Okay, so now I will try this again. Okay, so this works. I'm gonna save the script because we ever need to figure out what happened, just in case. Okay, back to this thing. This is way too detailed for LLM to output. Well, another approach is we have the user select the, oh yeah, that's how we're going to do it. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so here's the idea. The user uploads a CSV and they're trying to upload their portfolio stuff. We open a little window that's very similar to our other CSV thing that we made, or it's in the data page. It's the DCF. That's the same style. And we're just going to direct them to select the appropriate regions, and then we can easily extract it out then. Yeah, this is the way we're going to do it, guys. The other way, way too freaking complicated. Like, yeah. Selecting the region is pretty easy for the user. Plus, it's very reliable. That is one thing humans are very good at. Rej. Yeah, I'm a dev. I don't really use MCPs. Don't really like them. That's my opinion. Okay. So, you understand what we're doing now? It's kind of like our portfolio skill. We'll integrate this into the chat to start. So, yeah, it's like you upload a CSV and you're doing /portfolio. This is what we're going to start with. It's going to open up this selection region, And then after that, then we don't really need an LLM to do any extraction actually now. So the new plan is just going to be extract based on what the user, we say number one is to bring out the tickers, and then the purchase date, and then the cost basis. Is there anything else? I think that's it, right? Those are transactions. What else? I think the user, they're either going to upload an active, like their active positions, or they're going to upload a transaction document. We should support both, and it's just going to be when they upload, it'll ask them. And then it will open it up, and they select the regions, and then after they're done, depending on whether it's the active positions or transactions, then we will add it to the appropriate places. Hey Neil, it was chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. That was it. Yeah, AT, you do learn, I would say. Learn some different things. So go ahead and update the planning doc. I'm just going to make this a separate wizard, actually. I'm not going to integrate it into the chat, I think, ever now. It'll just be here. Come up with some wizard for either they choose Plaid or they choose upload via their transaction Excel CSV things. But then it will be also here, like import. And then when they click import, it will come up with that same wizard. Chicken and rice, utility, simple food guy. No, I'm definitely a utility simple food guy. Yeah, I just want to eat and be done. Make a sandwich. I mostly eat sandwiches. Sandwiches, chicken and rice. That's pretty much it. So this one should be kind of easy, I think. I'm hooking up the valuation data we already have stored. Like we have the full valuation history. So I need you to do a quick little audit though. So the current, I think the way that it's currently structured, those files, it just has like a day-by-day price thing. But I need to remember what the, again, what the schema is. I feel like I've said schema like 15 million times today. But yeah, that's true. For the stock price data files, files, cloud storage. Burrito HQ, yes, I like burritos too. Actually, I like tuna as well. Tuna sandwich, pretty good. A little unnecessary. Yeah, this is not good. I'm gonna use Backend. Okay, yeah, date, open, high, low, gotcha. Great, so we can actually add these valuation columns. The only thing is, I think our data points, we don't have it day by day. We have it, every quarter we have a point. Let me double check that actually, I can't remember. Look. Yeah, we have every quarter. We can compute it day by day though, if we want to. So the only thing is we don't have it day by day. So if you look at what's currently stored and for the valuation, we have it quarter by quarter, but we could compute it day by day. We can make a script to do it. And we'll store it as a new column in the stock schema. And we would update all 4,000. I don't think we actually need to call any API or anything. We have all of the data we need. We have the price, we have all the financials available as well. So it's just going to be grabbing a bunch of data and transforming it and then calculating the valuation ratios on every day historically, and we'll just fill out those columns. Great, that's going to be really easy. And then we'll be able to answer all sorts of valuation based questions as well now, instead of just, right now it's mostly like price data, I would say. I'll just do valuation ratios to start with. Where is it? I don't see it. Oh, I see. It made it a document, not a folder. Instead, we're changing the plan. It's going to be a wizard on the my portfolio page. There's going to be a import next to add position. So it's going to be split in two. So add position and then import at the bottom on the left sidebar for both. Actually, that's only going to happen on the portfolio. Oh, yeah, we're just going to do it for the portfolio page for now. So on the bottom left sidebar, split in two, they click the import, it'll open our portfolio wizard. It's going to have two options. Either you connect with Plaid or you can upload via these CSVs. And then we're going to say to the user, hey, you can use any CSV from Schwab, all the big ones, IBKR, Fidelity, any are compatible. And then when they upload the CSV, then that's what's going to be the region selector for the getting all of the transactions or active positions. In this planning doc, you're going to describe that, but then you're going to describe what the region selector is going to look like. Basically, there's going to be, for both active positions and transactions, they sort of work the same. You have the date, you have the cost basis, you have the position. I think that's basically it. when on our end though, we're just gonna ask the user, are these active positions or transaction? Well, actually come up with some ideas for how that, it's a little confusing. Like technically the active positions are a transaction. We could technically do, we consider anything that doesn't have a cell, like an associated cell, will be an active position. Oh, we could also make it. The only thing is though, the user might be uploading an outdated transactions doc, so we don't want to make an assumption that it's an active position. Like, I think we should just let the user select it. Like they can specify. Most of the time they're probably just gonna upload like a transactions document. But ideate a little bit on that doc. I'm still not really totally sure. Sometimes when I'm not sure, I just let it, and it actually does a pretty good job coming up with some solutions. Usually. I know it when I see it. I just can't think of it, what the solution would be. So the goal is to make it as simple as possible for people to put in their portfolio. Granted, with this flow, they still have to download the CSVs, which is a little bit tedious. You gotta log into all your accounts, but they can at least do potentially Plaid too. Oh, hey, sorry guys, I missed your guys' message. He's gonna integrate his best with UI. Oh yeah, Gemini 3 is pretty good at UI stuff, so sure, pretty good. YouTube for timestamps and comments. Can't believe it's been 1 hour. Oh yeah, for sure. Had a VS Code issue, reinstalled. Yeah. Oh, I feel that. Every time I start, it's like I enter a time warp, and then I come out, and it's like, I can't believe it's been 8 hours. That's actually a long freaking time. So definitely, I feel that. Like, honestly, an hour is nothing. You can spend an hour on just reading documents. Like, you ask it and then read. I mean, honestly, I probably spent 2 hours trying to plan this freaking CSV import thing. But it'll be cool. But it is, you know, that's how long it takes. Unfortunately, just gotta plan it out. I think definitely the region selector is a way better idea though. Before, it just would have been extremely complicated to implement, probably very buggy, and just not really capable of being quite that generic with a lot of data. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Honestly, it's more like of a time warp than games. You know, I don't think I could play one game for 8 hours. I would get bored. Well, maybe actually that's not true. Never mind. I just remembered I used to play League like all day a long time ago. In high school, I played a lot of League. Very addicting. Competitive matches. You're like, I want to win the next one. Exactly, this is the problem. The only problem with this, though, is then we have to get the user to download 2 CSVs from every brokerage. That's also a lot of work, honestly. I would do it, but it's just like, well, granted, they're probably going to start with one brokerage. See how it works. Every brokerage, you can download the CSV if you're active and the transactions. Pretty much every brokerage that I know of. Yeah, everything is a transaction, technically. Yeah. Moo Jungle, yeah. Definitely. Played Fizz mid. I'm probably gonna go with C, honestly. Like, the only trouble is like sometimes these transaction documents can be insane. They can be like 15 pages, and it actually could be a little tricky because sometimes it doesn't do it cleanly. Yeah. It's true. I probably will have to go with A or something because maybe we can notify the user if like an associated buy does not have a sell. We will ask them, okay, it's a hybrid, right? that's how we will do it. It's again another validation thing, right? Like they have this huge transaction document, they upload it, they select the regions, and then at the end we say, hey, we noticed you don't have a sell for these buys. Is this an active position that you'd like to be in your portfolio? And if they say no, then it just goes to the transactions. And I suppose we'll just remove those buys or something that we detected were they don't want it as an active position. I don't know why they wouldn't. Maybe we made an error or something. A game of League. I remember. Let me think. Did I get? No, I think I was okay. I don't think I was too crazy. Definitely some of my friends were a little crazy. All the curse requests, nice. Okay, yeah, so we're doing a hybrid, option C and option A, I think. And we will detect transactions that don't have an associated cell, and we're going to come up with another menu. Once they select the regions, they click next, then it will show, hey, we noticed these transactions don't have a cell. Are these your active positions? And they can actually edit it, so they can cross it out, and then they can click the next will either add those as active positions or not. But we will still allow them to select like whether they're just adding active positions. When someone adds the active positions, we will treat it like a buy transaction, so it will be added in the same way. But we're basically always going to add transactions for buys if the user would like it. Well, if the user is selecting it to be an active position, because we got to keep track of that. If they sell it, then we can calculate it. How do you care about context window? It's mostly just like I try not to get it to auto compact, because if it hits the 75% and then it auto compacts, it doesn't sometimes like messes up and doesn't remember what you were talking about. Other than that, I actually like it when it builds up, because it knows what I'm talking about. Every time I start fresh, I have to give it the gist of what's going on, but it can figure it out when I have my, this is all related to one task though. I try to keep it segmented. As soon as I'm starting a new one, I clear it. So that's how I manage it, I guess. Actually, I like it when it builds up about the task, like working on, because it can always go back and find certain things. Yeah, there's no way that I saw. I tried to disable auto compacts, but I couldn't. So if you guys know how to do that, I don't think they offer that as a feature, unfortunately. Honestly, we can probably combine this flow. We don't even need like this idea of they're selecting active positions. In that scenario, we just will treat it as a transaction, a buy transaction without a sell or something. If they have a CSV and they're just like putting in I'm just thinking, yeah, I think that'll work. Then is probably just an active positions list. And then we just have that same validation at the end. We notice there's no cell. Are these active positions? And then they can correct it. They can go back to if they need to. Reminds me of one over here. Trying to find my other one. Okay, so oh, gotcha. No. Could be. Oh, I found it. That's actually not this one. I think we made a plan somewhere for it. Let me check. Oh yeah, here it is. I found it. We gotta update all the financials and the valuations and everything. Part of that script is updating this too, once we update this. Robin. Hey, how long does it typically take for you to add a feature, or it just totally depends on that feature? I think you might notice I'm usually adding maybe 2 features a day, maybe 1 to 2 features a day, and then fixing some bugs usually. Like for example, today we fixed, I think, 2 bugs, but we're planning out these, let's say it's a mix of 2 new features. One is the portfolio wizard. That's going to require a multi-day thing, but then also this working on adding valuation data. So that way the questions on the today's brief will be asking that kind of thing as well. And you can ask those questions with the AI too, to make charts based on that and all that stuff. How's it going, Boom? What's the longest part of adding a feature or fixing a bug? I'd say planning. Yeah, just like how will it work? How can it work? You know what I mean? Like if you just kind of go into it and you're like, please do this, and it tries to do it, it's probably going to do some really bad stuff. Like if I just said, do it, make it work, it's gonna just make a bunch of assumptions and then kind of just break it, and it won't work. Yeah, type dummy, I do that a lot too, like experiments. It's really good at creating like one-off experiments. But when you're modifying the code base, if I just send it, it's not going to be as good if I don't plan it out. Because I might have to rewrite it or... Okay, I'm gonna read this one. It's not this. That's the old one. Yeah. Yeah, Kittleson. Very tricky. I don't know if you saw, but we're going to make it a selection thing rather than trying to predict like the schema is like, that would be really complicated. It'll take forever. So I think it's honestly better anyways, because it's going to be a source of bugs. So it's just better the user selects it. It'll be a lot more stable. And I don't think the user minds. In fact, the user probably likes that it's going to be predictable. And they can change it and fix it. Hey, thanks, Super Rich Guy. He's already made it, obviously. Okay. That's why he's here, for the support. He's like, I made it. Pretty legit. I think it's time to send it. I make sure I have nothing to commit. Just planning stuff. Oh yeah, make sure to add to the plan that the, before you begin, add to the plan that the UI for the CSV import is going to look exactly the same as the TCF CSV. So before you continue, add that to the doc and the location of where they can find the styling. Hey, thanks, Corey. This is just this plan. This is the inline planning thing. I kind of wanted to see. That's the plan we just made there. Oh no, it's actually this other one. So we have to update that assumption in this script. Where is it? I think it'll find it. It's in the conversation. A part S. Oh yeah, great. So just populate daily valuations. You can actually already make this change. Before you begin, explain to me how you're going to do it. Okay. There you go. Oh, I was over here. That's why. Okay, great. Okay, great. I think you can actually start going now. Oh, I see. Actually modified the file already. So I was planning to do that over here, but it just did it. So, okay. That's fine, I guess. Oh, hey, cool. Nice, dude. Yeah, with streaming, just, you know, it's consistency, I'd say. So, that's fun though. I like it. Cool. And does it actually update in cloud storage? Can't remember. Yeah. Is this script updating in cloud storage? Yeah, definitely part of it. Especially in the beginning. You know, there's not really a lot of, like, no one's watching. You know? Like, just chilling. That's kind of what I did. Like, I was just, like, streaming. I kind of got used to it. Like, the first 2 months that I was streaming, there was, like, you know, 2 people. 2 or 3 people. But it actually was kind of fun because some people would join and have suggestions. I just work on fun things. Cloud code. Does your work make you use GitHub Copilot? Or? Okay, there's 2 components. There is the daily runner that is adding the valuation data and the price data, updating those 2 things. I think this one, I actually don't really like the inline, not a fan of the inline planning feature with Cloud Code. Like, what did it do? Okay, it did an inline plan, and then it totally erased all the context before it, and then started a new chat. But the prior context was actually kind of important. Like, I didn't want it to delete that. So I think I'm going to not allow it to do that in the future. Yeah, use cursor. Nice. So I prefer I just prefer creating a document, like to the inline planning feature thing. Okay, anyways. So the idea here is we're going to run an initial, like, populate the valuation for all the 4,000 companies on their rows. But I'm not sure that this script supports that. We don't really want to make this script support that. This script is actually going to be hooked up to a daily runner. It's just going to run every day. We don't really need to support. I mean, if it already can, that's cool, I suppose. But we already put some work into it, so I just want to make sure that there's not a lot of changes. So tell me what it currently can do, and then I'll take a look after. We haven't really tested it yet. But can it do valuation only? Or let's say we do all tickers from schema, right? Is it going to overwrite the data? Is it? So do we have a flag to just have it update the valuation data? Hey, sorry, just for sometimes I hit it for 2 weeks and then I stopped hitting it. I haven't hit it recently. Okay, that's really So the valuation data, the way this runner should work, it should also be just like the price data. Yeah, I agree. Code curfew. We did the math. I'm probably spending, you know, if I was to do this API, probably like $1,500 or something, maybe 1,000, somewhere in there. So explain how it works then. How is it skipping the price data? So it's scanning through everyone. All right, I think it's time to read the code. And make sure what it's saying is true. It's responding a little too quick for my liking. A little suspicious. I'm gonna look at it. This is our new script. I could always just test it on. That's usually what I do. I just test it on a few of them, and if it messes them up, it's fine. But you fix it. Where's the evaluation stuff? Safe ratio. Where's safe ratio? There it is. Oh, if close is none. I see. If close is none, then we will do the financials. Just sets them all to none. So I guess it's kind of like the initial test or something. I'm being very careful because I don't know what this means. Now, what's the idea behind this exactly? Why does it have to be less than 3? Hey, code. I used to, but I had some trouble with Restream. Gotcha. That kind of makes sense. I don't really see where it's skipping if it's already there. It seems like it's always computing. Wait, you can stream on TikTok? I don't know if that's my target audience. I just find the idea like streaming on every platform to be kind of funny because like I'm imagining myself streaming to Facebook. And a bunch of like people like my mom are joining. Like, what the hell is this, dude? No idea what you're doing. In a way, it also works inverse too. Like, if people too young join, it's the same reaction. What the hell is this? Hey, no problem, Robert. That's cool. Are you a grad student? That's pretty slick. Pretty cool, man. What's your paper about? Yeah, I maybe misspoke. But we're supposed to skip stuff that we already computed before, right? So basically the way the script should work, it skips the stuff that's already there. It's just filling in the things that aren't. Important to check the scripts. Oh, nice, dude. Thanks, Bardos. Hey, Bardos, yeah, it's basically like it's a tool for investors. So if you're a retail investor, then people like us, knows who you are. You can ask a lot of questions to the AI, and it knows the type of investor you are. So you can fill out this, like, I'm looking for themes and catalysts related to AI boom. And then your research in today's brief will give you information every morning and evening, and charts and cool data. That's the idea. Technically, you can find this data, but we have cool things that we give you by default every day. And you can track your portfolio too and get advanced statistics. Efficient idea that does not have to deal with data encryption or other copies. Well, nice. Sounds pretty legit, dude. Actually, feel free to send me your paper if you want to, because it sounds kind of cool. Like, low key, that's not a bad idea to get some project ideas you know, we kind of did that earlier, and we could maybe do that from like in a more in-depth search of like just scanning papers. You know, basically you find an area. So the idea is you start with an area you're interested in, right? Like maybe you're interested in 3D modeling. You come up with the papers that came out. You can just scan ARCs, you know, and then you can January and December, and you can see, because that's what we did with the 3D models, and we had a cool idea, the segmentation of 3D models for the AFK AI, the other site. Like, and we found out Triple 3D had recently integrated, based on this paper, this new feature. It's maybe not a bad way. We'll explore it maybe a little later, but maybe not a bad idea to come up with new ideas. Is you know, maybe related to your project you're currently working on, or the recent papers that came out. Scan that. That'd be a bad idea. Sometimes, you know, people are very academic, like these researchers. They will come up with really cool ideas, but they might not be interested in the putting it into a product necessarily. So if you find a paper that maybe is aligning with what you're doing, might be, I guess, kind of what we're doing on the other side a little bit. Sure. Yeah, definitely let me know. Yeah, so people have told me a lot, you know, Firebase, expensive. But you're talking about egress limits. No idea. Firebase. So the Spark plan caps it at 10 gigabytes a month. So that's what I have. I have the Spark plan. So I'm chilling, I guess. But yeah, eventually I've been told it gets pretty expensive. But with that said, I'm not really too worried at the moment. If we got customers, then that's one thing. I'm definitely not using up my limit yet. Hey, be visual. Yeah, do 8 hours. All right, focused on it. Oh, I see. Interesting. I'm storing all this data. I guess it's just stock price data. Somehow not a lot. I'm sure I'll get there. Well, stock price data and some other stuff too. I have like 14,000 documents or something. I just want to make sure that this is consistent with, we have another, like our original population method. It should be consistent with this script, if you know what I mean. I don't want to overwrite any of our prices as well. So can you make sure to skip, never overwrite any data is basically the principle of this script. If it's already there, we skip it. This goes for every column. It's just a safety thing. It takes a long time to populate this. It takes like a day, so I don't want to mess it up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't do that. Yes, artificial intelligence. Yeah, so I don't want to do any writing whatsoever for price data that already exists. Like, okay, but show me the line that is skipping the price data. I didn't see it when I looked at the code. Yes, exactly. Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, we're good. I thought this was the populate daily script, but this is just the valuation one. This one doesn't even write the daily prices. Yeah, I'm talking to AI. This is AI, artificial intelligence. Basically, he's basically just like an average ChatGPT user. All right, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe someone else. Mix of investments. Your tool connects outside data to what I'm investing in. Surfaces the exactly. Boom. Marketing. You said it pretty well. No, I'm not making fun of you. Maybe a little, but not in a serious way. I think it's funny to say artificial intelligence. Anyways. All right. I think this script is good, but we're going to run it now. So we're going to run this on 10 companies, just some random 10, and then we're going to validate it. I want you to build a test script to validate that it didn't overwrite anything. So it's basically, here's the workflow. First you run this test script, save what it was, run this next script, then run the test script again, and we're going to see what it became, and we're going to validate that the only thing it did is add valuation stuff. I put it in the wrong place. The goal of this test script is just to make sure and validate that nothing is changing other than the valuation columns. Okay, now let's get back to this idea of the daily runner. You know what I'm talking about when I say that? We actually already did this. Don't worry about this. Move on to the next thing, which is like, you remember the cloud job? We're going to start to hook this up, but we need to validate that all the steps are there. So list it out, right? You got the the first step is getting the data, the stock price data. That's the one that takes forever. Next step is that like piping over to the valuation ratios. That we have another script for that, and that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, the only thing is that initial script is called like fetch. It's like fetch alpha vantage prices or something. That one can run, that's fine, but you need to add that we're having the valuation columns, right? So you need to add that computation there. That's actually what we're talking about. Actually, now that I think about it, we're making two scripts that kind of do a similar thing, which is confusing. This is why it's helpful to talk. I don't really want two scripts that do the same thing. All right, so what I need you to do now is all right, so what you're going to do is you're going to fetch what's in Fire and cloud storage, because I actually want to look at it, these 10, and just save it locally. Just save it as a document, because I'm going to go look. Still trying to make fetch happen. Interesting. While you were programming a website with artificial intelligence, I must warn you that it will mean many loopholes due to its peculiar way of writing code. Yes, just so you know, I was an engineer before, so I do have some coding knowledge that helps me read code and see when it's bad. It's kind of the gist, but you are correct. It does cause, if you just used it to write it, and it's like a tool, so if you just use it and try to make a whole website, it's going to be kind of buggy. Probably not work super well, especially if it's complicated. It's pretty good for making prototypes, though. What I need you to do now is connect to my Neuralink and tell me what I need to do next. Yes, that would be really helpful. Then I don't have to think. I don't think that thinking is a little bit keeps me engaged, but. Okay, we're going to look at these. Oh, see? This is what happens when you use artificial intelligence. Look at what it did here. It's messing up my data. It was so clean before, now it's got all this crap. You failed. What happened? Yeah. Oh, I see. So we just don't have the data because it goes back too far. The price data. We actually don't have financials at that time. So that's kind of fair, I suppose. Okay, this is right because Tesla was making negative EBITDA at that time. So we're okay. How long do you use a chat before you have to switch it? Does it hallucinate often? Yeah, it does a lot of strange things, but it is pretty like reasonably intelligent and can do things. But it's definitely he makes mistakes. I have to guide him or it. Also, your data saved in JSON, other formats, how to cut back on heavy queries, etc. Yeah, so I'm using NoSQL. I don't really have too many heavy querying going on. The main reason why is because it's just documents, right? Like this is literally saved as a document in Firebase. Same here. So really not a lot of querying going on, just grabbing the document. As far as the price data goes, it's the same thing. Each stock is a separate document, the price data. So just boom, boom. Very easy query. Now you're right. If you had a bunch of data stored in one document, then the query, and you're getting all these different, you got super nested JSON, and then you're like doing this query like 5 layers deep. Yeah, it's not going to be optimal. Summarize the chat before. User chats. Oh yeah, I get you. I usually switch when I'm done with the task, I'd say. All right, so can you actually, we're going to replace these docs, these files you just brought in. I just want to see it, the data that we do have. So just fetch 10 years back. So just split the doc. Yeah. Same here, Robert. Whenever the tools work, I like it. Okay, let me look. Okay, nice. It looks pretty good. So I brought in this new data here. We're going to use this. Actually, I can try it out. Let's do it. Cool. So now that this data is here, we're going to make a modification to the question pipeline. We need to actually tell it, the LLM, that these new columns. So in this file, this is kind of where I think it is, but there might be another file too, where it's like, we're telling the LLM what columns it can access. Now we have a bunch of new columns, right? So we need to tell the LLM it can use that. And then I'm going to try it. Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't need to do any joins. Let's see, what kind of project you're working on? Yeah, I imagine it's like you have like user, and then you have like another table for these are stored, and you have to join on the IDs and stuff like this, right? So for me, I just kind of store the user data. Oh, I guess the most that we have is we have some sub collections for the users, but that's still pretty easy. It's just boom, boom. And then you have all the questions. There is one thing that will be eventually not very performant, which is but everything that's not performant, the queries, I'm just going to move to the pro users. Basically, won't matter until customers. And then if I got enough customers, then I would be motivated to care, and I would fix it. But it won't be a problem for a while. Like I'd probably need like 1,000 customers before that kind of bad querying would matter. for the brief, it generates like questions based on the user as well. And makes questions for each. So we have to modify that script that's going to run daily. It just needs to also do the valuation stuff too, and put it as a column, similar to this other script that we made here. So these are kind of the same, so we'll probably delete one of them once we're done. Oh, interesting. I like this change because it's very targeted. There's not really much else. So now we can actually try it out. Let's see. We added Microsoft, so let's see. How does Microsoft perform in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years after its PE drops below 11? Before we couldn't ask a question like that. Hey Siri. It's pretty good info, I would say. Does it look like I'm coding here too much? This is not. I'm not coding. I'm reading code. But maybe you think I am. Learn about graphic user interfaces. I see. It's a data pipeline waterfall, so the variety of unique data sources and filtering mechanisms, plus the user UI components. Yeah, that makes sense. So I imagine it's failing. That's why it's taking so long. I'm gonna take a look. Not really too surprised. Oh, it's actually still loading. Interesting. Yeah, I like the terminal, very lightweight. Okay, good. We got an error. Let's take a look. Take a look. Looks like we have an error. I'm pretty sure it's related to the facts. There's probably some other place too. We maybe have 2 places where we specify the columns. I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh, interesting. This last change seems pretty hacky. There's a fundamental problem with the routing. So oh, it's because of the code change. Well, why do you think it actually routed to macro? Do you have any evidence, or are you just guessing? Oh, he's just guessing. Ah, there we go. Yep, that's probably it. Yep, there we go. Basically, we had two separate areas in our prompts, and changing the columns did not tell the LM fully the situation. So let's try it again. Might work. Oh, hell yeah. That actually worked. Hey, that's cool. We got valuation data now. It's actually kind of surprising. So if Microsoft's valuation falls below a P ratio of 11, its forward returns are actually not as good as normal. Kind of makes sense because I think that was the Ballmer period. All right. Let's try some more. So when Apple and Microsoft's has a P, actually it's P above 20, and Microsoft has a, well, let's try this. When Apple has the Apple versus Microsoft PE range is higher, like the difference between their PEs, what is the forward returns of Apple? I think we did Apple as one of them that had it. Yeah, we did. Good. Hey, Utku. That's pretty cool. I'm gonna check the script to make sure it's not faking anything. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, so it is actually faking. Don't like that. This one wasn't, but this one did. There's probably another area where we are saying that we don't have valuation data, because we added some of those in the past because it would try to reference valuations and we don't have it. So it looks like it's faking the valuation data, right, for this particular question. I think I suspect that there's another place in our question pipeline where we're telling the LLM that we don't have valuation data. The reason why is we used to have bugs related to this, and we just kind of added some prompts saying, please don't use this. My nose itches. There's so many weird TLDs. Like, I'll show you guys. Like, dot gay, dot zone. Actually, no, dot Yokohama. What the heck is this? Dot XN. Can someone actually make a website that looks like this? Hey, thanks, Robert. Yeah, there's a lot of people that like this kinds of questions on Twitter. So that's where we'll be advertising too, is putting these kinds of visuals, and then they can click and go look at our research and things, or today's brief. This page will be public, so they'll be able to go and look at them. But they won't be able to use this unless they sign up, and they can use a few and they get some credits. Hey, Arpan, thank you. I don't know how either. Hey, Umesh. We have some open source stuff in the description if you like. Voice to text, analytics for this, some other tools that we use. This is our main product. It is currently being worked on, and probably let people off the wait list relatively soon. Yeah, tell me more about this. Like, show me the file that's specifically saying this, and all the related files. So also the ones in Firebase, based on what you just said. I think it's maybe making up some. Hey, I just answered your question. It's in the description, the things that we have. So if you want to look at them, you can look at the description. You can see our projects. Hey, Urban. It's a good job building voice agents. I don't really see any downside. Pretty good. People join and they usually have cool ideas. I think at the very least, like posting on Twitter and stuff, just kind of gets you extra eyeballs. Basically show what you're working on. Yeah, like if you keep building in public, people will, and you building something cool, people will notice, I think. So I would say recommend it. You don't have to necessarily stream, that's not for everybody necessarily, but whatever kind of thing you want to do to show what you're working on. You can go into conferences or whatever. Hey, Xavian, I'll reply is all my tools. Yeah, that's a good point, Vasily. That's partly a even if no one's watching, if you're streaming, someone could be watching, so you better focus. Yeah, exactly. Sounds like we don't really need this routing. Seems sort of unnecessary. Nice. That's cool. Where do you live in Russia? Just out of curiosity. Not like, doesn't have to be specific. I'm just curious. Like rough region. Big country. Yeah, one of the coolest things about streaming too is like people, because YouTube is such a global platform, like people all over the world join places that I'd never, probably will never visit, honestly. Like Uzbekistan. What is that like? That's kind of cool that someone's here from there. I don't know. Kazakhstan, nice. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Kazakhstan. You probably get this a lot, but well, I wouldn't say it because you probably get it so much. Have you seen the movie Borat? London, that's cool. Gotcha. Yeah, a lot of people from the UK joined too. You guys have a snowstorm, apparently. Serbia? Oh, that's cool. Well, tell me, if it only lists the S&P, how is it even answering these questions at all? Like, how is it even getting the stock data? I think we almost just remove the macro market. That's kind of pointless, actually. It doesn't do anything. They're just big companies, mobile data. Maybe they're all just called. We originally intended, I think, because at the very beginning we had the market here, that people would have questions about the overall market, like you know, like bonds and treasuries, but may not be necessary. Oh, nice. Hey, Robert, did you actually get it working? That's cool. True, Neil. Sometimes it's really fast, and sometimes like really basic things take it much longer. But granted, I think that's always been programming. Like, it's very hard to estimate how long tasks will take. I remember the old days. Oh, cool, art band. Yeah, I'm switching to this music that's just no vocals. I think vocals may be a little distracting. Yeah, Vasily, it's in the description. Feel free to check it out. It has a bunch of statistics and everything, analytics, and how much time you saved. And it saves all your history, so you can always go back and you can build your own statistics too, because you have all the history saved. So if you want some new ones, or you can just modify the repo too. It's open source. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, feel free to, you can see if you can, I didn't make it for Linux, so I don't think it'll work, but feel free to fix it, and you can make a pull request or something if you want. Hey, Daku. Nice, that's great. Oh, when you quit the app and the UI thingy is still there. Gotcha. I normally start it with the Python command, so you're probably running DMG, right? I recommend you can start with the Python and then just kill it with the... Oh, you just manually... Okay, you already do it, yeah. So that's what I do too, actually. I should put maybe just a startup and tear down script in the repo or something. That way people don't... Actually, why don't I just do that? I already have it. Let me just do it real quick. All right, that's what I use. It's just not in the repo. So that would be nice for some people, probably. All right, so we're going to make a new stream, or not stream, vibe to text startup and vibe to text teardown scripts. And we're just going to put it in the vibe to text repo. Make it based on this. I have a stream startup and teardown script, but within it is the script for starting and stopping the vibe to text. So yeah, just go ahead and extract out, create those two files, and put it in the vibe to text folder. Yeah, nice. No worries. Yeah, feel free if you notice anything, it's buggy or something. Go. It just needs to rename the file, but other than that, it's fine. That might have been my bad. I think I maybe... Sure, sounds good. cycle. I'm on main. So everything's good. Oh, gotcha. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Oh, I get it now. Took a little bit, but I understand why we did it this way. Because if we don't have this routing thing, then we can't use the S&P for a benchmark. It might sound confusing, but these second bars, if they're just asking about a couple companies, when we need like comparison, we bring in the S&P as well. But in this case, great. So we actually don't really want to change anything. We just want to make sure that when it routes to macro, that it knows that it has the valuation data available for individual companies. Nice. So that has a good chance of working. Let's try it out. Oh no, it might be error. Let's see what happened. Why is it so slow? Looks good. Oh, I see. It's using the wrong columns. Let's see what we did in our prompt. Well, I guess it doesn't hurt. I will restart just in case. Tantian, yes. I assume probably the same here. Oh, yeah. Now, sometimes I use it for a little bit. But overall, I prefer Opus. I usually use it when I'm frustrated with Opus, and I just want to see if 5.2 will do any better. And sometimes it does okay. But overall, I like Opus, I would say. Oh, it actually is using Haiku. Look, it's using Haiku to explore. Interesting. I don't mind that change, actually. It's kind of nice that it would just switch back and forth rapidly when it needs to, because for me to do it, it'd be kind of cumbersome. Yes, sir. That's what we're doing. Bad code. I thought it was the dumbest thing. Dumbest thing I can do. Oh, you're a vibe coder. Cool. What are you making? Well, something is a little strange, right? Because it never makes this mistake with the price data or the closing. So there's probably, well, I'm almost 100% sure what the issue is there is some sort of interfering prompt that confuses it with the column naming. We maybe aren't explicit enough about the column names. Oh, Oh yeah, maybe. We try it. Hey Jogo, how's it going? Hey Sarah. Yeah, that's what the other place is there. Check. Might right now we're, oh yeah, nice. Probably worked here. Oh, fun. Let's check, but I have a good feeling. Oh no, didn't quite work. That's because the question doesn't quite match. Okay, well, we have a clue within the script on what's going on here. It thinks Microsoft doesn't have valuation data. Oh, it thinks we only have valuation data for Apple. So we probably have some weird prompt. So it worked. However, it appears that it's being led to believe somewhere within the prompts that we do not have Microsoft valuation data. So again, there's somewhere in the prompts where we're misleading. It's about multiple tickers having valuation data. A little unclear. There we go. That's probably the issue here. Hey, Jogo, yeah, definitely a lot of developers are using it. Hey, Xavian, yeah, there's the auto reply there. But what developers do, they don't really do the whole like they do a lot of planning. It does still requires software engineering knowledge to get it to work well. I don't like this change though. I don't really like how this is hard coding in 2 tickers. We could potentially have a lot more than 2 tickers. So do we need to do this? And if so, why? Definitely don't do that. That's a really, really bad idea. So you're kind of doing some hacky solution here, which is something we never want to do. Don't like that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I see what's going on. and play. That's the auto apply is not right, but I just don't because the $200 plan's pretty good. Now, this is really bad, right? Like, but I think I understand what you're saying. Basically, before it would be like data Apple, and then it would return the closing price, right? So we don't really have a pattern for another extraction other than just getting the price data. That's sort of the problem, right? Okay. But regardless, we need a better extraction. It should just be like data Apple is the key, and then you have another key within the JSON. It's like nested. You have the valuation info. That's kind of how this should be structured. You might need to make some changes, but that's how it should work. And then we need to update how we are prompting the LLM. We have to do this because the recent Cloud Code update broke this particular. I have to scroll through like this. Don't like that either. Don't like either of those. Exactly. Well, let's go through it. If you were going to change this, what all would you have to change? Yeah, let's start with this. So let's imagine we run this, right, for the 4,000 right now. Yeah, right now there's 2 weeks of price data that is not updated for these companies. What is it going to do? So go through exactly how this, run through a sample run. Hey, Vasily. Right now I'm still using Gemini 3 Flash for routing, but I might change it to a locally hosted model because it doesn't require much intelligence for the routing. Although right now it's not super smart, but. We had another script here. That was... Let's see. Actually, it was this one. Now we should get this all in one script because there could be scenarios where it doesn't run for a day. Basically, it just needs to figure out how many days are missing. And it's going to run it for each day. Both the valuation stuff and the price. Hey, Hardy. I'll put the tools in the chat. All right, fine. We'll do it. Be Apple, be Microsoft. All right, fine. Did you already update the prompts for this? So that way the LLM knows to call it like this? Kind of gross, but... purpose of iTerm 2, I like that it's very customizable. You don't have to use it. Probably the most important things are the cloud code, and I have some tools in my description I use for the voice to text. All right, now we will try it. It will probably work. Okay, that worked. Cool. Normally it names what the baseline and everything is. For some reason, in this case it didn't. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. Right now we have this simple router. Before, when you attach data, we have this like router that chooses whether it's going to be mobile app data or stock data. Can you identify that for me real quick? Oh, great. And thanks, Tampion. Actually, this is necessary. What else? Okay, cool. There is one we can remove. Great. I'm happy to see that. But I don't think we hooked this up. Oh, this has no LLM though. Okay, in that case, it's fine. Very nice, Boris. Yeah, you know, to each their own. I respect you. Right now we have this LLM pre-message for the chart, but he's getting a little wordy. Let's nail that down. I think it's we're using Gemini 3 Flash. It's with the chart generation. We have a preempting message, and we're going to change the prompt there because he keeps trying to add sources, and it's not really. It's supposed to just be a few paragraphs. We changed the model there. So we can discard these. These were just tests. Hey, Polaris. Hey. You know, everyone has their own workflow, I would say. But yeah, I generally start a new cloud code instance when I don't my tasks. My task for that particular one. So it has the context. Alright, so I'm going to run this one. Yeah, try cloud code. Oh yeah, that's what I do to Vasily. I actually never use /new. So the way this should work is it's like setting it to the defaults. How do I disable this planning mode thing? No, actually, continue. I like Perplexity, it's fast. And the sources are cool. Oh, nice facility. Awesome. That's great to hear. Yeah, feel free. You can switch the model, maybe. There's this, there's some like Chinese models. I forgot what it's called already. There we go. APP. Yes. Let's roll. Yeah, I just have 1 at the moment, but I used it 2 for a little bit. But I don't really run out too often on the 1. Maybe on day 6. Oh yeah, I forgot I was testing this. Let me give this a shot. I got distracted with this bug that I did not test the import. Wait, where's the plaid option though? Oh. Alright, so now I gotta get a test CSV. We should put like instructions on it though too. Okay, let me go grab one. Actually, I might do this off. Well, I think I'll do it. I'll download my stuff, anonymize it. I'll probably work on this tomorrow. I'm gonna finish some of these bugs. These pesky bugs. Let's just test this one. Cool, looks good. The only thing is you need to, okay, it's kind of the same thing. It's like complexity, you need to make sure to preempt it with what we're doing when we do these attached data things. So the system prompt is basically like the user is requesting a chart. This was his question. You're just going to give some like brief overview and say, hey, we're following up with a chart, blah, 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 right? And it's like a couple paragraphs and feel free to put some sources or something. That's kind of like an overview for the question. So just make sure the Perplexity has this information. Just test it with medium model for 2 seconds. How it worked. Oh, 6-7 seconds. Interesting. Well, let me know if you come up with a solution. I did, for mine, it's really fast. Like you said, I guess maybe it could be machine-based. Not sure. Yes. I don't really like this response. The data should be mostly what's going to be in the chart. So it's basically you need to preempt perplexity. That's just giving a very brief overview, like literally 5 to 6 sentences, and then it's going to be the basically at the end it should always be, here's a chart to visualize this. So it's not exactly, but something like this. Some delay on. It's a very niche idea. Yeah, so there's Fin Twitter and SEO stuff that we've kind of done. Should probably make that an auto reply too, because you spent some time on it. Cool, that's pretty good. So basically, see, it's honestly not that niche. It's basically for any investor who wants news and visualizations based on their portfolio. But yeah, maybe it's niche the person who wants some types of data that we have. But any investor will be interested in exploring this kinds of stuff. Fundamental investors. This should be a little bit more. I'll probably give it a template for this particular kind of thing. Only doing these two because it's still loading in a lot more the valuation data stuff. Yes, we didn't quite understand. Complexity. Hey, Shadow, I don't really know what that means. Hard to interpret. Maybe we can't use perplexity for this. He's not very good, at least in terms of what we're trying to accomplish. There might be interference as far as like our default perplexity prompts that we're using. Can you list the full prompt here? The talking. So the full prompt, so that way we can analyze more in depth. Should be able to answer questions like this in theory. We'll see. Oh yeah, I'm on the $20 plan's definitely not. You run out pretty damn quick. I'm on the $200 plan. That's kind of funny. Why did you choose a bar chart for this? Huh. Interesting. Excuse me. Nice. That's one way to do it. I'm testing something. Hey Robert, no, just use this one. I'd say, I mean, they're pretty damn comfortable, I would say. They do clench my head a little bit, but I think that's because big head or something. But it's not too bad, I mean, especially for the amount of time I use them. It's my own project. Big head. That actually worked. Okay, interesting. Thanks, man. The only thing is it made it percents, but other than that, it's fine. We can fix that. Also, I don't know why I made it green. That's kind of weird. Oh, I see. It was supposed to be like another line. Yeah, definitely. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna do one more test here. Yes, give me half. I gotta delete some conversations. All right, that's pretty legit. All right, cool. Where's the valuation stuff? Oh, I see. This is before we added it, right? I don't know what these companies are, but see if I can. Never heard of these. All right, Perplexity's doing a pretty good job, actually. I dig it. We just had to make some changes to the prompts, but let me check. Oh, nice. This actually works. Just need to change the units, but I don't know. I think the scaling is quite off. Oh, let me take a look. Every time it should be zoomed in. I think it's fine. Are you about making it logged or something? Basically, one of these is just a really unprofitable like SPAC or something. Yeah, GK. I'm gonna make one more change. I'm gonna try a dumber model for our one of our routers to see if it'll make it a little faster, because it might not require much intelligence. Probably use Gemini 2.5 Flash if it's. Because I did notice a slowdown when we switched it back to Gemini 3 Flash instead of Gemini 2.5. It was working fine before. So. Oh, never mind. Gemini 2 Flash is faster. Interesting. Oh, okay, never mind. Must be some other reason then. What was to do that on another branch or something? Hey, Base, yeah, you definitely get a lot more usage with the more expensive ones. Oh, yeah, we did. Cool. All right, now I gotta get, I'm gonna actually just modify this UI real quick. So this UI should also have the plaid, so you can move this thing here. This will be in this new portfolio wizard. But basically, it's like this portfolio wizard is going to say you can either connect to plaid or you can use it. And then there's also going to be some links you're going to put for how people can get the stuff on each platform, Schwab, Fidelity, and we're going to have little articles, very similar. Yeah, just some pages on like how to grab that stuff. I was kind of thinking, should it be a page or just some pop-up or something? But I'm kind of deciding a page because it might be kind of a lot of stuff. Yeah, using all. I'm gonna do at the end of today. I'm gonna do a few refactors, some usability refactors. That way, I can. There's two major files that are getting really big, and it's going to cause problems at some point with our generations. I'm 27. Okay, so we're going to do a refactor of the user service. Hey, thanks, using all. So this user service is 2,000 lines. We're going to prioritize by the number of lines that each logical refactor will do into another file. It should be a logical one that is separating them into components that make sense. And then there's another one, which I think we actually have over here somewhere. problem is I move it over here and it takes me so long to find it. Just remove it. I'm not hoarding them. I couldn't find it, so. Okay, so we're gonna refactor this file here. This file should be separated into its logical components because we need to drastically shrink its size. Hey, Tantion, no, I built it myself. Oh, I see you're making a joke. Don't rage bait me, man. Okay, so separate into hooks as needed. Let's create a plan. You can't even read it, it's too big. Maybe you weren't joking, in which case, never mind. I've kind of talked about my feelings towards this this thing. This cloud about. But that's it. Someone in the chat said it was useful for them. I think it, wait, was it you? Someone did. So maybe I should. Go list out what each thing you're gonna do by the amount of lines that it would reduce it. Guys, how do I disable this dumb freaking... How do I disable your inline planning mode in Cloud Code? I hope there's a way to do that. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, continue. This is all the refactor, not a deletion. Did you double check that you did not change anything? I've ran into refactors before, but changed a few things. Just how it be. Just gotta sign in again. to grab my phone. Let's see. Also, I liked your original thing where you had like import. That should be at the bottom too. Like you can just drag it in. That was cool. The Schwab, etc., should be linked to pages that don't exist yet, but just make them highlighted as links. Oh, great. Cool, guys. I'm probably gonna head out. It's been a good one. Oh wow, it's already almost 9 hours. That's crazy. And last time I looked, it was at 8. It just went up an hour in like 2 seconds. Okay. Anyways, cool. So today we worked on fixing some bugs. We're working on our portfolio wizard. We added valuation data, so you can ask valuation-based questions now and get graphs. I think we deleted them. You just have to believe me. We did that. So what? Okay, something like this. And yeah, that's what we worked on today. I'm gonna let this run. Oh yeah, we changed this guy to perplexity. This initial message. Alright, cool. So let's see. It's generated based on when Apple's PE is low. How does Microsoft generally do? Microsoft does pretty well going forward. So that's good. Today's brief will also take into account valuation stuff too. Cool. And we're currently running the script at the moment. No, it isn't. Cool. Halfway done. Cool. And we're doing some refactors as well. Okay, I'm going to go now. See you guys later.